Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of the Knights of the Old Republic. Now at the very end of the last session we managed to defeat the Crate Dragon, acquire the Crate Dragon Pearl, bring it back to the chieftain of the Sand People. That enabled us to listen to the history of the Sand People, and we discovered that they had a rather intriguing and complex history which was deeply involved with the Builders. And of course it was the Builders that, one, apparently had a intergalactic empire so long ago that there's no record of it, and two, built the star maps which we've been looking for. We also managed to find the star map on Tatooine, and we managed to free Griff, that is Mission's brother, from enslavement, along with some of the Jawas. So quite a few things accomplished then, and I think we have just a handful of things left to do on Tatooine before we move on to the next planet, which I believe is Korriban. If I recall correctly. I may have the name wrong. Which was the planet we were told may have been the birthplace of the Sith, which is interesting, and the site of the last star map. So after that, presumably we enter whatever the end game is. So let's get into it. So just double check which quests we have left. Mission's brother asked us to see him at the Zerka supply shop because he suggested he may have a job for us. What else? We have Gizka on the ship. I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do about that, if anything. That's not really Tatooine specific though, except that they were loaded onto the ship just after we landed on Tatooine. That was it. We needed to speak to the Zerka, the representative of the Zerka Corporation in Anchorhead. And we still haven't done the swoop bike races. So quite a few things still to do. So let's pursue those two quests which are related to the Zerka Corporation, one to hand in and one to pick up, and then perhaps we'll check out the swoop bike racing. Maybe worth stopping by Yavin after that, since we'll probably have a fair amount of money, and trying a hand at a little more Pazak. We could do some more Pazak cards, really.
Yeah?
There we go.
What?
Mission's caught up. Not sure if we know a Pazak card seller on Tatooine or not.
Greetings again from the offices of Zerga Corporation. Is this about bounties or something else?
I get the feeling the only way I can hand in this quest is to actually take the bounties, which wasn't my intention. I didn't particularly want to be paid for
Farewell.
I didn't particularly want to be paid for the unfortunate death of the Sand People. Not that the Sand People are blameless in this. Clearly they've been attacking people, but equally they've been provoked, and the the corporation, the Zerka Corporation, has taken an approach not of appeasement or reconciliation, but one of just, well, let's exterminate them then. So, wrongdoing on both sides, and I don't particularly want to make money off of it if I can. So perhaps we won't hand in that quest.
Ah, just the person I was hoping to see.
Save it, Griff. I'm not talking to you. I want no part of whatever you're involved in.
Okay, sis, I see you're still mad. Fair enough. I don't think you can help me with this anyway. It's more of a job for your friend here.
What's the job?
As you may know, tack glands can be refined to a very potent powder. It's the primary ingredient in Teresian ale. That's what makes it so strong. Of course, now that Taris is pretty much wiped from the face of the map, Teresian ale has become somewhat scarce and very, very valuable. Luckily, I know the secret recipe.
So you want to open a bar?
I know this guy. He's with the exchange. Now, if I give him a small sample of Teresian ale, he says he can synthesize it and reproduce it in mass quantities. Problem is, I need one of those tack glands to make the first batch. And now that Taris is a smoking ruin, the only place to find tack is on Kashyyyk. If you can get your hands on one of those tack glands, I'll make it worth your while.
Griff, are you blind? Can't you see you're talking to a Jedi? We're out here trying to save the galaxy. We can't waste time on this.
Please, you have to help me. I promised this guy from the exchange a sample of Teresian ale. If I don't come through for him, he's gonna break my legs. Or worse.
Yeah. I don't really want to get involved in this. But on the other hand, that's what you get for dealing with the exchange. Seems a bit harsh. I also don't know what sort of reaction we'll get when we try to land on Kashyyyk after the Zerka Corporation was attacked and pushed off the planet. Notionally, we were tolerated, but I don't know if that whether that was an open-ended invitation to be on Kashyyyk or if it was a just for now sort of arrangement. This is a difficult one. Of course, we have no way to know whether he's telling the truth or not. It's certainly the case that he got himself into this mess, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't help him. We should probably help him. Don't worry, Griff. We'll get those tack glands for you.
Yeah, I knew you'd come through for me. You won't regret this. You'll see. Just don't take too long, okay? This guy from the exchange could stop by any day. I kind of told him I already had the stuff, so if he shows up and I'm empty-handed, well, let's just say I really, really hope it doesn't come to that.
I guess we'll be coming back for the sweet bike races then. Also means... No, wait, we don't have to pay the landing fee twice, do we? We were told that for Tatooine specifically, the landing fee was a one-time thing. Okay, let's head over to Kashyyyk then. The Gizka looks at you curiously, cooing. Bet it. You scratch the little critter behind its nubs that pass for ears, and it coos enthusiastically in response. Pick it up. You try to pick up the Gizka, but it wriggles from your grasp and plops back down to the floor. The Gizka looks at you curiously, cooing. Leave it alone. The Gizka looks disappointed at the lack of attention and hops away. I do worry about what they're going to be eating. Hold on. Where's the way to the front of the ship? It should be this way, I think. Oh, this way. There we go. Got there in the end. Right. So Korriban is the only place I think we haven't been yet. Let's travel to Kashyyyk. Interesting that Griff didn't ask us to take him off-world. Oh, looks like we're under attack.
What's going on?
Sith interdictor ship. They must have been waiting for us on the hyperspace route. We're caught in their tractor beam.
Do you recognize the ship?
It's the Leviathan. Saul Careth's vessel. My old mentor.
Ah. Well, this is suboptimal.
Admiral Careth taught me everything I know about being a soldier. He was a legend in the Republic fleet, and a hero to me until he betrayed us. When the Sith attacked my homeworld, the Leviathan, Saul Careth's flagship, was at the head of the fleet. My family was destroyed that day, and my wife died in the Sith bombardment.
So my choices are: don't do anything you'll regret, Carth, or don't let your lust for revenge cloud your judgment, Carth, or this is your chance to avenge the deaths of your family. Let's go with number 2.
I'm not gonna do anything stupid. I won't throw our lives away in some mad quest for vengeance, but if I get a chance to kill Saul during our escape, nobody better get in my way.
Talk of an escape is somewhat premature, don't you think? We don't even have a plan to get out of this mess yet.
I'll admit, it won't be easy. Saul's no fool, and he won't underestimate us either. You can count on plenty of guards watching every move we make.
Maybe Admiral Careth doesn't know how many of us there are on board. We all have special talents. Talents we could exploit so that one of us could stage a rescue. We just have to figure out who has the best chance to avoid capture so they can come and rescue us later. It's a long shot, but it's our only hope.
Mission. Mission would have the best chance. So what are my options? Don't worry, I can get away from Admiral Careth's guards, or Bastilla. Is there some way you could use your battle meditation here, or Carth? No, still the best. He can get us out of here, or Admiral Careth will be watching the 3 of us very closely. One of the others is going to have to save us. That's probably reasonable.
Well, if we're gonna pick someone to save our skins, we better do it quick. In another minute, we're gonna have Sith troops marching up our loading ramp.
So my choice of a mission can do it. No prison can hold her. I think that's probably right. Or T3M4 is a pretty resourceful little guy. He could pull this off. Or maybe Julie could use the Force to affect their minds. Julie's not a bad choice either, actually, now I think about it. Candiras, is there some way we could exploit your healing ability? That doesn't sound brilliant. Since use of his healing ability implies he's being damaged quite severely. Johanna, you can use your force powers and camouflage abilities to avoid capture. Oh, I didn't know she had that ability. It would also be a good chance for her to redeem herself. I mean, I've forgiven her as a character, but it seems she hasn't forgiven herself. Or a droid would have the best chance. HK-47 could come and rescue us. What do we think? There are 3 good choices there, I think. Mission, Jolie, or Juhani. Problem with Juhani is because I haven't been using her as a character, she's a bit of an unknown quantity. Mission's probably got the best all-round kit to do this job. I say Mission.
Maybe I can goad the guards into making a mistake. If I get them mad enough, they might put me in a separate cell to punish me. With them focusing so much on you 3, I might be able to sneak out of my cell and come rescue the rest of you.
No, it's too dangerous.
It's a risk we have to take, Big Z. I can slice my way free of any security cell. Don't worry, I can pull this off.
My choices are, if you make the Sith mad, they might just decide to kill you. I don't like this plan, or this could work and it's not like we have much choice. Let's go with 1.
The decision is yours. You're in charge. But I know I can do this if you give me a chance.
Let's see what Jolie has to suggest. Maybe Jolie could use the Force to affect their minds.
I don't think I can use my force powers to convince a whole squadron of troopers to let me go free. But maybe I can use it to get them to take me to a separate cell. They'll probably only leave a single guard to watch over an old man like me. I could use the force to convince the guard to set me free. Then I could free the rest of you.
I think he could do it. He's an old hand at dealing with the Sith as well. Okay, Julie, the fate of the crew is in your hands.
Hold on, they're dragging us into the docking bridge.
Bastila, Karth, and the crew have been taken prisoner as you ordered, Commander.
Excellent. Have you searched the ship thoroughly? Admiral Karth warned me to be on alert for any kind of treachery.
We found an old man in the back. I think we should keep him separate from the others for questioning.
A strange request. And why do you think this old man should be segregated?
I'm not sure, Commander. After speaking with him, I just think we should question him away from the others. I agree, Commander. After speaking with the old man, I think we should question him away from the others.
Very well. The Admiral is probably too busy to bother with this old man anyway. Take him to solitary confinement for interrogation. Report back to me if you learn anything.
I can't believe that worked.
Karth, it has been far too long since we last spoke. I see the recent months have not been kind in your case. I barely recognize you.
But I recognize you, Saul. I see your face every night, even as I promise myself I will kill you for what you did to my homeworld.
Did you learn nothing in your time under me? As a soldier, you should understand that casualties were unavoidable. This was an act of war.
It was a cowardly act of betrayal. Your fleet bombed a civilian target into oblivion without warning or provocation, and the blood of those innocent people is on your hands.
In war, even the innocent must die. The Sith would not accept me until I proved I had truly turned my back on the Republic by bombing the planet.
My wife died in that attack, Saul. And for that, I swear I'll kill you.
You used to be a man of action, not of empty words. Cling to your lust for revenge if you must, but spare me your tired threats. I've heard them all before. You're an insignificant part of these events anyway. Lord Malak is far more interested in your Jedi companions. He has great plans for them.
We will never serve Malak or the dark side. The Sith will be destroyed, Admiral Karth, as will you if you don't turn away from this path.
I'm not quite sure why we ran out underwear.
The lure of the dark side is hard to resist, or so I've been told. I wonder if your companion is as devoted to the light as you are.
My choices are: you're wasting your time, Saul. I'll never betray the Jedi, or for the right offer, I could possibly be convinced to join the Sith. Well, we've played her as being honest to a fault up till now, so we may as well stick to that theme.
You're defiant. I'm certain Malak will find your loyalty to the Jedi amusing. The Dark Lord would probably reward me if I just killed you once and for all, but he may want to question you given the trouble you've caused him, and the history between you.
History? What are you talking about?
You mean... Oh, this can't be true, can it? You really don't know what's going on here, do you? Well, I won't be the one to deprive Malak of the pleasure of telling you himself. The Dark Lord will no doubt torture you for information and for his own twisted pleasure. Eventually, you will tell him everything. The Sith can be very persuasive. However, Lord Malak is in another sector. It may be some time before he arrives, so I suppose I will have to fill in for him until then. Activate the torture fields.
Oh, that's just not cricket.
Enough. I don't want them to pass out before I question them. Appreciate any information I can give him when he arrives.
Don't waste your breath, Saul. We won't answer any of your questions.
I'm sure you won't. However, we both know your friend's loyalties have proven in the past to be somewhat flexible.
My lord is as true as calves.
It is time to put your loyalty to the test. I doubt torturing you will gain me your true cooperation. Your will is too strong to be broken that way. However, even the strongest of heroes has trouble watching those they care about suffering. The interrogation will begin now. Each time you refuse to answer or give me a false answer, Karth will suffer.
I will not betray the Jedi, even to save Karth.
My pain is meaningless. Tell him nothing.
I tire of these games. Now I want answers. On what planet is the Jedi Academy at which you were trained?
Well, saying that I have no idea what you're talking about is a bit ridiculous. Clearly I have been trained. So I guess my only sensible response here is to lie, although I don't think it will work because we don't have a particularly high persuade skill.
Alderaan is nothing but a planet of artisans and philosophers. There is no training academy there. You must think this is a game. Very well, this is the price of your resistance.
Poor Karth.
Enough. You see what happens when you try to defy me. This first question was a test. Obviously, Malak knew the academy was on Dantooine, and it has since been destroyed by our fleet. Dantooine is an empty graveyard now. Nothing is there but a smoking ruin and the charred remains of your former masters.
That's possible, but I doubt it. I don't like any of these responses, really. No, you're lying isn't true is a bit melodramatic. A more measured response might be more appropriate. Something like, I highly doubt that, but we'll just have to see. But that isn't one of my options, so we'll go with, no, you're lying, it isn't true.
It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. The fact remains that the Jedi on Dantooine have been eradicated, along with any hope of someone coming to rescue you. Now, tell me your mission. How were the Jedi planning on using you to stop Lord Malak and our Sith Armada?
We've been sent to assassinate Lord Malak. It's sort of lying, but it's also sort of not. I mean, I suppose it's not true in so much as the mission we were specifically given was to look for the star maps and use it to find the Star Forge. But I think it was fairly well implied that any damage we could do to Lord Malak or his forces in the effort was to be perhaps encouraged is the wrong word, but certainly not something to regret. Let's go with... Actually, yeah, let's just try again to persuade. We've been sent to assassinate Lord Malak.
Do you take me for a fool? The Jedi are not assassins. They would never devise such a plan. Perhaps you need a reminder of the consequences of refusing to cooperate.
Poor Carl.
Listen, can you not hear him suffering? You can spare him further pain by simply answering my questions. Now I will ask again, on what mission did the Jedi Council send you?
I feel like it's probably not supposed to be a black screen at this point, but there's not much I can do about it. This accomplishes nothing, so we will never betray the Republic.
Perhaps another lesson is in order.
No! No! I beg you! Mercy! No!
I'm surprised he did not pass out sooner. Rarely have I seen someone withstand such punishment and remain conscious. I see I'm wasting my time here. When Malak arrives, you will learn my interrogation techniques are considered merciful among the Sith. I will leave you here in your cell with a small taste of the horrors you will suffer when Lord Malak arrives.
That's interesting. I heard Carth scream then, even though...
Don't try to move too quickly. You might not be fully recovered yet. Admiral Karath had his guards continue to torture you even after you passed out.
They tortured all of us, though you got the worst of it by far. Saul wanted them to make us suffer. He's become some sort of sadistic monster.
The dark side has perverted him, Carth. Once you start down the tainted path, it leads you ever further into the depths of evil. I fear he is forever lost.
No one is without hope of redemption, Bastilla.
Yes. I suppose you're correct. Sometimes it's easy to lose sight of that hope in the face of such unbridled cruelty. But you speak the truth. I suppose I'm taking the news of Dantooine's destruction quite hard. First Taras, now the Academy. Is there no end to the killing?
Maybe Admiral Karath was lying.
I'd like to believe that Saul was lying to us. But even as he said the words, I knew they were true. The Academy is gone. We should have felt a disturbance in the Force when the attack came. The fact that we did not is a bad sign. I fear the dark side is growing stronger, casting shadows our vision cannot pierce. I can only hope that some of the Jedi escaped. Rook, Endar, Zar. I cannot imagine all of them being gone. In any case, we've lost our one place of refuge in the galaxy.
None of this will matter if we don't get out of this prison before Saul gets back.
Where is Saul Karath now?
Saul mentioned that Lord Malak was on his way. I think the Admiral left to prepare for his arrival and to report the results of our interrogation.
It is fortunate you were able to resist the Admiral's questioning. The fate of the galaxy could be changed by revealing the slightest piece of vital information.
I have to confess something. There was a moment, just a moment, when part of me was hoping that you would tell him what he wanted to know, just to make the horrible pain stop.
Saul would have tortured us no matter what I told him.
I've known Admiral Karath a long time, and I think you're right. The interrogation was a sham. Saul was toying with us. He didn't care what we told him. I think it was just an excuse to torture us before Malak arrived.
Did you feel that? A disturbance in the Force. The Admiral has sent his message. The Dark Lord knows we're here now. Malak is coming.
Well, then we better hope Jolee busts us out of here before he arrives.
Fingers
God,
crossed.
I need to speak with you.
What do you want, old man? You better not be trying to cause any trouble, or you'll be sorry.
The cell is too drafty. My old bones could catch a chill in here. We don't want that. You better let me out.
Yes, it's too drafty in there. Your old bones might catch a chill. We don't want that. Get out of there.
Interestingly, there was no force field.
You shouldn't have let me out, Sonny. That was wrong. Admiral Kareth won't be too happy with you disobeying his orders.
Yes, what I did was wrong. Very wrong.
You deserve to be locked up in the cell for disobeying orders.
Yes, I deserve to be locked up for disobeying orders. What just happened? What am I doing in here? Damn you, old man. I'll kill you if I ever get out of here.
Then I'll be sure to never let you out. Goodbye, Sonny.
Oh, interesting. Quick save here, I think. Right. I could let these individuals out, in theory. Right. Well, it's a lot better than nothing. Unfortunately, I don't see Jolie getting in there. Right, let's get him equipped with something. What's his dexterity bonus? +3. So this combat suit won't harm his dexterity bonus to his defense. Oh, he can't wear it. Okay. Because he doesn't have the required skill. Fair enough. Well, longsword will have to do. Oh, he saw me. That's suboptimal. But he stopped and carried on. Okay, I won't argue with him. You not Sif, help me out of the cell and me help you. Who are you? Evil Sif unjustly captured me in my ship. They think we spies. They torture all the crew trying to get information. We do not have any information to give. But Sif not care. They interrogate Captain until his mind's tapped. Then they grab First Mate, the Navigator. They all crazy now. Mine's gone, so sad. But they nothing but animals now. Me lowest rank on ship, but now me only one left. Soon Sif come to interrogate me too. But me not know anything. Me just trader in rare goods. What do you mean by rare goods? You bring things to people in need. People who need things they can't get normally. You're a smuggler. Some unnice language. Me helps people and people helps me. You help me and me helps you. How can you help me? You have something special, something you can use on ship, something very powerful, an icebreaker. It gives you access to computers on this ship. Use it to override Sith security programs. Why wouldn't the Sith have confiscated something like that? Sith not very thorough in search, hee. Say no more, I get the picture. You open cell and me give you break, a deal? What about the rest of your crew? Too late for them, mine's gone. They crazy with hate and pain. Sad, very sad. But me got to worry about me now. Me got to escape before Sif take me for questioning. Why haven't you escaped on your own? Me trader, not fighter. Sif all around, guarding terminals. But you look like you could get to terminals, no problems. Me knows good opportunity when me sees it. I'll see what I can do. Good, you hurry now. Get cards from guards to get me out of cell. Me not want to be here when Sif tortures me. Me not want to go insane like others. It's too late for them, but there's still be hope for me. You get me out and me escape. Missed the very last bit of that. So presumably those are the individuals. Yeah. Those are presumably the rest of the crew, and the fact that I can't speak to them isn't a good sign. What did that say? Oh, disengage to end combat mode. Attack! Bonk. That sound effect. Poor guard. He doesn't stand much of a chance against Julie, does he? Starboard cell block key. No, the sword hasn't been destroyed yet. He wants to help you, but me can't help if stuck in cell. Open cell and gives you help. Hurry before Sif take me for questioning. I'll see what I can do. Good, you hurry now. Get some guards to get me out of cell. Me not want to be here when Sif tortures me. Me not want to go insane like others. It's too late for them, but there'll still be hope for me. You get me out and me escape before Sif torture breaks mind. Or something like that. I did miss the very, very end of that again. Oh, I skipped that, sorry. It did work though. Let me check my inventory. Icebreaker. This device is used by criminal elements and covert operations to slice into security computers. This particular breaker is configured for the computers on the Leviathan's bridge deck. It won't work anywhere else. Did you say brig deck? So where I am now? Yes. What was I thinking? Yeah. I skipped that because I thought it had just gone into the normal dialogue again, which was a bit silly of me. I probably should have checked. How do you miss? Yeah, I don't think we're getting in there. Oh dear. Obviously I've no idea what's... Blast. Are they not going to come after me? Oh, we're not going to win this. No. Oh well, if they're not going to come after me for whatever reason. Hold on. I'm missing a trick here. Also, Julie's healed, doesn't he? No, what are you doing? Heal yourself. There we go. I have a blaster pistol. In fact, I could equip him with 2 blaster pistols. Don't get too close.
I still got it.
So far, so good. Okay, I don't think he's going to hit unless he's in stasis, which I'm guessing makes him easier to hit.
Not this again.
Right, disengage. This is a bit silly. Oh well, wait for our force points to go back up and then we'll take the next one out and so on. I wonder, can I destroy this from over here? Yes. I'm not sure if my force points regenerate while I'm doing this though. I don't think they do.
Let's see what you got.
Alright, we'll get back to that later. Let's let our force points go up a bit. And then we'll take the next one out. I reckon I'm better off with just a single blaster probably. Yeah. The 2-hit was far too low before.
Never too old for this.
Whoa, careful there.
Nice. Not this again.
Really, why must you do this? There we go. Jolie, please. Okay, I think we've got this just. There we go. Disengage. The fact we can do this is a bit ridiculous, but still. Right, let's swap up back to the sword for now. And wait for our force points to go back up. Right, just wait a little while. I never searched in here, did I? The beds don't look as bad as you'd think, do they? Right, if I'm not mistaken, there should only be 2 left. Yes. So just wait a moment and we'll clear the room. Probably should wait for our force points to go back up to full, since I can only imagine we'll be making good use out of the stasis and heal force powers. Nearly there. Okie dokie. Bonk.
Now you'll get it.
Here we go. Nearly there. Bonk. There we go. Quick save here. Computer spike. Sith pass card. That could be very, very useful. Computer spikes, med packs, very nice. What's more of that good stuff? What was that noise? Right. Let's quickly go back to the blaster pistol and make our way into the contraband. Hold on, let me heal. This may take a while. You wouldn't think it would be so hard to hit such a large object at point blank when it's stationary, would you?
Nice.
We'll get there though.
Take that! Not this again!
What is that noise? I hope I'm not on a timer here.
Not this again! Let's see what you got. You're never too old for this. I still got it.
There we go. Pazak cards. Huh. Of all the things. Pazak deck? Stealth field generator? The stealth field generator could be good. Right. Let's carry on, shall we? No, not... I don't mean carry on hitting the container you've already busted open. Okie dokie. Not your day, is it, my friend? Oh dear.
Oh.
Anything else in here of interest? Storage container? Computer spikes, by any chance? Yes, indeed. Alrighty. Use the icebreaker. You hook up the icebreaker to this terminal. After a few moments, you can see activity on the screen. Access security cameras. Barracks, starboard. Oh, that was the barracks we must have broke into then. Cell block. We've also cleared that. Detention area. I don't recognise there. Can I move the camera? I can't, can I? Medical. We've not been there yet. Good to know that there's no one in there though. Droid maintenance. Honestly, none of these areas seem all that useful. What could we do? Open detention area. Upload area schematics. Overload terminal. Wait, why do we have 99 computer spikes? I am not complaining, but I'm not entirely sure where we picked up that many. Maybe that's a side effect of using the icebreaker? Upload area schematics. It has gone down, interestingly. Where was the detention area? Yeah, we may as well open the detention area then. Or at least I don't see a disadvantage to doing so. How many computer spikes do we actually have? Only 14, so it must have been the icebreaker that made that possible. I suppose the developers would have known that even with a character with no security skill... Hold on, I should be checking where I'm going. This goes to the elevator, medical, droid maintenance, detention. This is probably the way to go then to save our crewmates. Excuse me. Wait, hold on. I'm missing a trick here. There we go. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Right. What can we pick up in medical? Hopefully some more med packs. Ooh, and a few stimulants. Don't mind if I do. Empty. Interesting. There was some good stuff in here though. Droid maintenance, presumably that's just so that you can care for your droid characters. Droid upgrades. Blimey. I'm a little worried by the amount of items the game's giving me for free here, because it does make me... It does make me worry that I won't be getting the rest of my items back at any point. That this is essentially compensation for all the other items we've just lost. We'll see though. Right, let's keep going. So, with any luck, this... will take us to everyone else. Unlock aft holding cells and equipment storage. Aft brig unsecured.
Well done, Jolie. I knew we could count on you.
Excellent.
A Jedi never fails to get the task done.
If I remember the layout of the ship, our equipment should be in a storage chamber
Yes.
just through the north doors. After we grab our stuff, we need to get to the main bridge controls. The bridge is the only place that we can open the docking gates of the hangar where they've got the Ebon Hawk. We have to open those gates before we can fly out of here.
We better get moving. I can feel the darkness of Malak's presence approaching, and I don't want to be here when he arrives. None of us is a match for the Sith Lord.
We need some sort of plan.
Surprise and secrecy will serve us best. A small group might have a better chance of sneaking onto the bridge undetected while the others make their way down to the Ebon Hawk.
Count me in then. I've got a score to settle with the Admiral before we get off this ship. And I have a feeling I'm gonna find him on the Leviathan's bridge.
Careful, Karth. There's more at stake than personal revenge.
That's true, Karth. You can come, but don't let your hatred of Saul Karath jeopardize our true mission, getting the Ebon Hawk safely off the Leviathan. You better come with me and Karth. The others can find their way on their own, but we might run into trouble. We'll need you and your powerful Force abilities to deal with it. The three of us will get our equipment and make our way to the bridge. The rest of you head down to the docking hangar where they've got the Ebon Hawk. You'll have to find a way to deal with the guards.
Don't you worry about that. I know how to deal with the guards. They won't know what hit them.
Good. Get to the equipment room, grab what you need, and get going.
We'll meet you there as soon as we get those docking bay doors open. Just make sure the Hawk is ready to fly when we get there. And may the Force be with you.
We still have to get our equipment. Let's go. I like the way the game repeatedly reminds you, don't forget to get your equipment. Don't leave without taking your equipment. Do I have my equipment? No. Weirdly, I seem to have picked up everything that was in Jolie's inventory. Okay. I mean, this is all great stuff, but none of it's my equipment. So they've got their equipment back, it would seem. At least they're close. Well, I'll take the 2,000 credits. I think this is all our stuff. Looks like it, doesn't it? Oh look, we can actually see all the star maps this time. That's interesting for two reasons. Firstly, because up till now, I'm pretty sure we could only see the most recent star map we'd picked up. Not all of them. It seemed like when we picked up a new star map, the last star map we had was removed. But it's also very interesting, because that means that the Sith must have known I had the star maps, because someone put them in the locker. Yep, this looks like all our stuff. Good, excellent. That's what we like to see. Hold on, does everyone else have all their equipment? Yes, they do, don't they? We may need to... Hold on. Yes, I thought so. Karth needs a lot of leveling up, and we probably need to give him an equipment upgrade as well, because we haven't actually had him with us for a long time. I believe I was using Calo Nord's armor. most recently. Wait, I have a belt that makes me immune to mind affecting abilities. This belt monitors the brain, emitting energy waves to reinforce established patterns and block any outside influence. It's extremely effective if mildly uncomfortable. That might actually be worth it. Do effects like stasis count as mind altering though? Or mind affecting? Well, we'll have to find out. Right, where's my lightsaber? That's mine? Or rather, Navarra's? She doesn't have an offhand weapon, does she? I do not recall what we had here. Probably the Verpine headband. Right, this seems sensible to me. It's probably not exactly what we had before. In fact, I'm pretty sure it isn't. Because I don't think that was the belt we were using. We're probably using Brejik's belt, I would guess. Which is still pretty good. But let's go with the... Actually, yeah, let's go with Brejik's belt. We can always swap back to the nerve amplifier once we're dealing with an enemy that actually has dangerous force abilities. I don't think we have a better headgear for him. I could be wrong. Out of curiosity, wait. Arguably the sonic nullifier might be better. Arguably. It would just give us resistance to sonic though. Replacing bulky ear protection, these items make use of newly developed counterwave nullifiers, an innovation pioneered by shipyard workers, not the military. If he were to be given access to... implants, would it be worth it? None of those... Some of those were okay, none of them were really standout. Or none of those really stood out, I should say. What would you recommend, game? Rapid fire? Sorry, rapid shot. It's okay. If anything, I am more tempted to go for the implants. No, alright, we'll take the game's recommendation. Sniper shot. I think that's a bad idea. We don't want to... We want to finish a whole tree. We don't want to... invest a little in one tree and a little in Yet another. There we go. Is this the final level? I think it probably is. It might not be. Interestingly, Karth doesn't have the same amount of experience as the other character in our party with the least experience, which is what we usually see in these situations, which is interesting. Clearly they're not using the developers weren't using their normal script there. Sniper shot? I'm not convinced. I might give him implant level 1. And implant level 2. And leveled up again, goodness. Hold on, before I do that... yeah, we'll give him the response package, I think. I'm still not convinced by Sniper Shot. We have other characters that have Sniper Shot. Not that doubling up can't be valuable. Two weapon fighting. Eventually with capture wearing wielding a double-bladed weapon or 2 weapons, 1 in each hand. That would include Karth, because Karth uses 2 blaster pistols. So yes, I think that's much better.
What?
Quick save here. So that's an improvement. This is actually a pretty good little team we've got here now. For a combat mission anyway. Right, where are we off to? Presumably the elevator? What does our mission log say? Oh, interesting that all our other missions are still here, though. That suggests we can return to them. Does that include the one that was on Dantooine? Yes. So Dantooine might still be there. Now, free from your cells, you, Karth and Bastilla have to get to the Leviathan's bridge and open the hangar doors so you can escape before Darth Malak arrives. You just hope that Karth's desire for revenge against his former mentor isn't going to complicate things. That's interesting. If I had chosen different dialogue options and actually encouraged him to seek revenge, I wonder... whether the quest entry would have been different. Right, let's keep going. So I wonder if the Admiral's going to be a boss fight, or if Darth Malak's going to show up and be a boss fight. Also, I wonder what our character's connection to Darth Malak is. As the Admiral implied, there's some link there that we don't know. Am I Revan's daughter or something?
This is Canderous. We're at the Ebon Hawk. Like we figured, it's under heavy guard. But don't worry, we'll figure out a plan to take care of them.
Good efficient group, though. Oh, we only have 3 choices. The cell block, the bridge, or the hangar. And they're in the order that we'd be visiting them. Very nice. I can wait. Oh, one of them has an energy shield up. Interestingly enough. Ow. I didn't see which one of them did that, but still. Right, stun that guard, then stun that guard. Also, Bastilla, please don't stand there. Right. After not such a brilliant start, we turned that around quite convincingly, I'd say. What was that in the distance? Was that a security droid? Service droid, okay. So first thing to do is get the lay of the land. It would be really nice if we could find a computer terminal that we could use. That looks like the bridge itself. Okay. I'm not sure if we were actually properly spotted there or not. I mean, I know a grenade going off would seem to suggest we were. Goodness. This is surprisingly one-sided. Superior targeting computer. Interesting. Yes, I know that having a grenade go off next to us would seem to imply that we'd been spotted, but in every other way, there doesn't seem to be any indication that we have. Right, let's keep going.
Down you go!
Okay, this isn't the bridge then. Although I would say we're not in such a brilliant spot here, are we? Good thing that false wave worked as well as it did. Also, what's going on over here?
Ready.
I don't know what happened there, but we'll worry about that shortly. I think I'm about to get grenaded. Maybe not? Where did these grenades keep coming from? Master rapid shot, please.
Let's go! You cannot win. Time to rumble.
Okay. I wouldn't say that was easy, but we got through it all the same. Data pad, wonderful. I'll do all my items count as new now. That's unfortunate. So we're looking for the data pad we just picked up. This data pad contains detailed descriptions in you and Bastilla. It also has a brief message. Bastilla has escaped Taris. Whoever can find and dispose of her and her Jedi companion will be greatly rewarded by Lord Malak himself. That's probably not the one we just picked up. You set up a repair station at the storage room airlock to fix the damage to the bridge hull. Get the spacesuits from the armory and send a team out as soon as possible. Oh, sorry, we've set up a repair station at the storage room airlock to fix the damage to the bridge hull. Get the spacesuits from the armory and send a team out as soon as possible. That probably is the one we just picked up. That's interesting. I wonder what the significance of that is. I mean, presumably that means we can pick up some spacesuits if we wanted to. But why would we want to? Not quite sure why we ran through here, but still. We haven't even properly recovered from the last fight.
What can I do?
Right, let's get some healing on the go. I think Calf is the most injured. Right, Calf should be back up now. Indeed he is. Right, let's carry on exploring. Good. It would have been nice to have found this room a while ago. Slice the computer. Oh, we have a lot of computer spikes. Security cameras, barracks, cleared. Or Barracks 1. Barracks 2, cleared. Barracks 3, not cleared. Droid maintenance, cleared. Activate experimental assault droid. Don't think I will. Armory, not been there. Note the mine at the door. I don't think we have anyone with us that can actually clear mines though. Central corridor. Central corridor 2. Bridge corridor. Right. That looks like some sort of machine gun. System commands. Upload area schematics, please. Oh, I accidentally clicked the F1. Security door locks overridden. Well, that's not a bad thing. Oh, we must have... No, that doesn't fully figure. I was about to say we must have picked up so many security spikes because we also picked up our equipment and we must have had a lot on us. But I'm pretty sure the last time I went shopping for security spikes, because they're so expensive, I only bought 10. Sorry, computer spikes. Well, that's an improvement. Okay. So we've been everywhere about here. That's the armory. That's the other barracks. Bridge corridor. That must go to the bridge. Bridge storage. Okay. So we should probably follow these corridors along until we find the individual that's still patrolling. Then we have these two areas to explore in either order, then into here, where we can expect a bit of resistance. Do I have anyone on me that has any appreciable demolition skill? No. Pretty sure that means that no one can even attempt to... No, we can't do anything about the mines. Okay. If I had known that this would be important later on. Curious. I of course could have given one of them at least one level of demolitions, but I didn't. Oh, Bastilla, please. Powered light battle armor. Durasteel heavy armor. Ooh. Okay, we may actually have some really nice armor to check out now. This certainly seems like decent equipment, at least at first glance. Do we have anyone with security? Maybe Karth? Although his security skill would be very low if he did. Oh, they've done the same thing again, where they've used the same model for prop containers as real containers, and they've even put them right next to each other. So some of these can be opened and some of them can't. Right, heal up everybody. Okie doke, we've got a spacesuit. Security spike tunneler. Right. When and how that that spacesuit is going to be useful, we'll have to see. Definitely checked all the lockers, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, it looks that way. Alrighty. Right, so this is a 9+1. That's an 8+2. Which is still pretty good. Oh, with a strength +1. This is an early attempt at power-assisted armor. Dampening fields block the noise of servo motors, unintentionally shielding against external extremes in sonic frequencies as well. I think that is actually an improvement. 10+0. Battle armor production is thriving on Bonadon as the Republic recovers from war. This model's thinner skin of Durasteel reduces weight but still restricts movement somewhat. Unfortunately, at 10+0 it's... and without the additional bonuses, it's worse than the power armor. This would give me resistance versus cold, fire, and sonic. Check the power armor again. So that's 9+1 versus 8+2. I think the armor we've currently got on is a better all-rounder. If I knew I specifically had to guard against sonic attacks, it would be different. Ooh. Dark Jedi. Dark Jedi Master even. Goodness. Why did they not set the mine off? Not going well for them, is it? Someone set one of the mines off. I wonder if with the benefit of the spacesuit... Oops. Where am I now? Oh, I didn't mean to go here quite so early. I was going to say, I wonder if that provides an alternative way to open the... Oh, that's the bridge storage, that's the bridge. What was I saying? I wonder if that provides an alternative way that we could get the hangar bay doors open. Right, we still have one more combat in this area. Which, I mean, we don't strictly speaking have to do, but it also doesn't seem like a good idea to leave a large armed contingent behind us. Actually, there's two more, because there's someone patrolling the corridors that we haven't run into yet. And then there's the other barracks. The third barracks that we haven't been to yet. Okay, we shouldn't run through there. Come this way. Yeah, we don't want to run through there because we'd have aggroed everyone in the barracks. We want to wait for this individual to come close. There we go. Could have gone a bit better, but never mind. Right, we don't want to aggro anyone yet, but what are we looking at? Quite a few, I think. Ow! Stop that. Oh well, let's... I should probably have waited, but... Oh, they're not going to run, are they? Nope, and now everyone else is running. Okay, this is a bit of a disaster. With this many ranged attackers attacking us all at once... we won't last long. Right, that's a massive improvement. Wonderful. I'd say we turned the situation to our advantage. I don't think they were quite as difficult to deal with as I expected them to be. Well, if we do make it off this ship, by the time we do, we'll be very well stocked up on things, I should think. Right, let's make our way to the barracks storage then. Not the barracks storage, the bridge storage, that's the one. Please don't walk onto the mine. Thank you, Garth.
I'm here. What?
So I don't know where the bridge is going to be relative to us right now. I also don't know if we are going to be given an opportunity to use that spacesuit or not. We'll have to see. The sheer amount of supplies we're taking off of them. Again, we've got some of these are real containers, some of them aren't, and they've used the exact same model in both cases. I think I looted everything though. Airlock inner door. Do I have to put the spacesuit on myself? Or does the game automatically do it for me? I don't see it here, so the game probably does it for me. A bit like when we were in the Frakirk Rift and we had the diving suit. Right, we'll want to be careful. Ooh. Presumably that's the way we just came from. Yeah, so we want to be careful because we don't want to get into combat while we're wearing spacesuits like this. That just sounds like a terrible idea. Ooh, I wonder where we'll emerge. Definitely didn't miss anything out there, did we? They've actually... the attention to detail, the actual movement has been changed for this section. It's slower and floatier than it's been in the rest of the game. And they've obviously put together custom animations. Well, and custom models. It's notable we can't see anybody's face through the spacesuit helmets. Presumably that's because they didn't want to have a custom model for each character. Right, I don't think we missed anything, so let's head through here and see where we end up. Ah, okay. Alright, I think this is just a different way to the bridge. Why we would have wanted to take one way to the bridge over the other, I don't know. Perhaps that'll become apparent, perhaps it won't. Well, that's improved the situation quite a lot, hasn't it? Wait, why? Where's my weapon gone? I'm not sure that was supposed to happen. That's Navarra's lightsaber. Karth, you used two different blasters, didn't you? One was your own blaster, your custom blaster. What was the other one? A Mandalorian blaster, maybe? Probably an Arcanian heavy blaster, I would guess. Oh no. The Zabrak TIE steel will be better still. So I'll assume that's what you were wielding. And as for Bastilla, that was yours, the double-bladed lightsaber. Right. That's been corrected.
I'm here.
You asked for this!
There.
Let's go!
Let's make this quick.
Right, we're making fairly short work of them. Poor Sith elite troopers. Didn't stand a chance. Okie dokie. Construction kit. That must be the equivalent of a life support kit for droids, I would guess. Oh, where are we headed now? We have two choices. And there's no real clues from the map which one would be preferable. I suppose arbitrarily I'll choose this way. Wait, is this where we would have ended up anyway? Oh, I think I get it. I could be wrong. I think this is the other side of the door that we were at previously. The one that on the map said it went straight to the bridge, and it's locked. There might be a way to unlock it in the game, such as through computer terminals, although I didn't notice one. But more than likely, the reason we had to take that circuitous route was because this door's locked. So the spacesuits were all there just to bypass a locked door, which we never realised because we took the circuitous route initially anyway. That would be my guess. Ooh, ominous. Making our way up this... Well, it's not quite a stairwell, is it? This slope. I'm guessing then that this is where the big confrontation happens. If that's the case... Improved energy resistance for everyone. What happened to our headgear?
Very resourceful. I assume you had some part in this. You learned your lessons well from me.
The only thing you taught me was betrayal and death, Saul.
Don't be a fool. I'm giving you and your companions a chance to surrender, a chance to live. Darth Malak himself is on his way. He'll be arriving any moment.
He speaks the truth, Carth. I can feel the Dark Lord's presence approaching.
Malak will destroy you. But if you throw down your weapons now, I will ask my master to be merciful.
Let's ignore that.
Sith mercy.
You always did like to do things the hard way. Lord Malak would have preferred live prisoners, but corpses will have to do.
Goodness. Right, what's the plan here then? Do we still have the energy resistance? We don't. Oh, we do have our headgear on, just the game wasn't rendering it for some reason. Urgh. There's so many enemies in this area that that's actually going to be a problem. My normal strategy is not going to work. Bastilla, what force abilities do you have? Right, I'll have to ask that you force whirlwind these two. And then you and Carth can take care of them. In the meanwhile, our tank, Navara, I want you to rush straight up to the other end using your force jump, and then I'll have you use a force wave to disable as many of these lower level enemies as possible, and we'll just have to hope that the damage, the DPS of the boss, the Admiral, isn't so high that it causes immediate problems. Actually, I've changed my mind. Put down improved energy resistance first, then that's your plan.
Ready.
Not quite as I planned, but admittedly we haven't taken massive damage yet. Looks like those two have been dealt with, which is good. Okay. Oh, those two haven't been dealt with. That's a shame.
What can I do?
That still probably isn't a terrible strategy, to be fair. I don't think this is going too badly. Who did that? Oh, you did. Wow. Guess he's just moved up my list. Right. After that, let's get some heals off. Because I'm really worried that this is actually not the boss fight.
Time to rumble.
Oh, Bastilla's leveled, I think.
Let's go.
Okay, this is over now. I don't think the Admiral stands much of a chance.
The Admiral. He's still alive.
It's time to finish this.
No, Carf, don't give in to your hatred.
Don't you understand what this man has done to my life? Do you know the pain he's brought me?
Killing him won't ease the pain, Karth. Do not become what you despise.
Karth, must tell you something. Come closer.
Not sure that's a good idea.
You didn't know, did you? Remember my dying words. Remember them whenever you look at those you thought were your friends.
He's gone. He said it can't be true, can it? No, it can't. Damn you. Saul. Damn you.
What did he say, Carth? Oh, forget it, Carth. Whatever he said, he was only trying to hurt you. We may as well ask, what did he say, Carth?
Basil, it is true, isn't it? And you knew. You and the whole damn Jedi Council, you knew the whole time.
Karth, it's not what you think. We had no other choice. Please, you don't understand.
So make me understand.
This isn't really the time, unfortunately. I feel like the proper response will be, we will deal with this, believe me, but right this second, we need to leave. Whatever this is about, Cuff deserves an answer, so start talking, Bastilla. Or... that's a bit aggressive, though. What are you two talking about? What's going on?
Not here, Karth. Please, there's no time. Malak is coming. This isn't the place. Please, Karth. I'm asking you to trust me for just a little while longer.
She's right, Karth. This isn't the time. We can get into this after we escape.
Okay, I'll trust you, Bastilla, but as soon as we're off this ship, I expect some answers.
Of course, Karth. As soon as we get to the Ebon Hawk, I'll explain everything. To both of you, I promise.
Interesting. Ooh. Sith Assassin Blaster, you say? I hope I'm not actually on a timer here. That would be a shame. Oh, is it Sith Assassin Pistol? That's pretty good. That really is pretty good. Okay. There we go.
Let's make this quick.
Right, don't we need to open some hangar bay doors? Slice into system and program new destination. Why not? Access denied. Spikes rejected. Destination cannot be reprogrammed. Well, at least it didn't take my spikes. Open docking bay doors. Docking bay unsecured. Wonderful news. Wonder what would have actually happened if I'd not done that. Would I have made it all the way down to the hangar and then the crew would have told me to go back up? Or would it have triggered a cinematic loss of some sort? I wonder. Anywho, let's get out of here. I wonder if we can take the short way out if we have to go round again. Looks like we can take the short way out. Oh no, wait. Was this a separate area? I think this was a separate area. No, no. I was right the first time. For some reason we're allowed to take this short way through. Oh dear.
You asked for this. How'd you like that?
Not bad experience. 450 for each one. Don't throw grenades. Right, let's keep going. Through here, wasn't it? To get back to the left? Yes. Wonderful. To the hangar. And to think, all this just because we agreed to do a mission for Griff. Agreed to head to Kashyyyk for him.
It's Canderous. We took care of the guards. We're inside the Ebon Hawk and all systems are go. As soon as you guys join us, we can get out of here.
Interesting. I noticed the alarms have stopped. Presumably they were never going on this floor, which is interesting. Oh my goodness. That is a lot of enemies.
Down you go!
Right, we don't want to take too long looting the place during an emergency like this, but we also don't know the way. Okie dokie. Okay, this doesn't look too bad. A few levels ago this would have been a problem, but not anymore. There we go. Alright, quick loot. And then let's keep going. Ooh, large lockers. Like I say, if we get off here, we're going to be so well stocked. Oh, quick heal and save again. Then keep going. Blast door. This is probably the way then. Oh my, I thought the guards were supposed to have been taken care of. This doesn't look taken care of to me. Good. It is handy that 2 of those force waves does almost enough damage to take out the regular enemies. Oh, that looks like where we're headed to. Yes, that is where we're headed to. Of course, it's still not clear from the doors which way we're supposed to go. But at least we know the ultimate direction we're heading for. Oh, thank you for the follow, Tower. I appreciate it. I'm liking KOTOR quite a lot. Thank you for asking. It's quite a refreshing format for an RPG, with all the semi-randomized social interactions that interleave. Slightly surprising that I don't remember seeing this sort of design being used in an RPG since then, although I'm guessing, since I know the developers made Mass Effect and I've never played Mass Effect, that it's probably the same system Mass Effect uses. Also, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Oh dear. This is suboptimal.
Darth Malik.
Down you go!
Oh dear.
I hope you weren't thinking of leaving so soon, Bastila. I've spent far too much energy hunting down you and your companions to let you get away from me now. Besides, I had to see for myself if it was true. Even now, I can hardly believe my eyes. Tell me, why did the Jedi spare you? Is it vengeance you seek at this reunion?
Interesting. Do you think Bastila is actually Revan? Because I remember saying right at the beginning of the game, why did they send a Padawan as the leader of the strike team to take out Revan? And then of course no one ever actually saw Revan's body. If Revan had decided to... That would somewhat contradict the vision we saw at the beginning of the game with Bastila fighting Revan, but at the same time that could have been more of a figurative vision of her battling her light and dark sides. Probably not, because if that were the case, why would she have accompanied us to look for all the star maps? Since she would have already been there. That would be a bit silly. Wait. Was he speaking to me, not Bastilla? That's a bit strange. Why did the Jedi spare me? I don't understand. Am I Revan? Unlikely, because I could have played a male character, so unless they're going to suggest that her consciousness transferred into another individual, it's a bit hard to additional. There would be some important missing details there. Why did the Jedi spare me? I don't understand.
What? You mean you don't know? All this time and you still haven't figured it out.
Maybe I am Revan's daughter.
I wonder how long you would have stayed blind to the truth. Surely some of what you once were must have surfaced by now. Even the combined power of the Jedi Council couldn't keep your true identity buried forever, could it?
The Jedi do not believe in killing their prisoners. No one deserves execution, no matter what their crimes.
The Council would not normally accept an adult for training, but this is a special case.
They say the Force can do terrible things to a mind. It can wipe away your memories and destroy your very identity.
But even change my body?
Tatooine. Kashyyyk. Manan.
Oh, the visions were memories.
Korriban.
So Bastilla was presumably...
Revan visited each of these worlds searching for clues to reveal the hidden location of the Starforge.
The lure of the dark side is difficult to resist. I fear this quest to find the Starforge could lead you down an all too familiar path.
What greater weapon is there than to turn an enemy to your cause? To use their own knowledge against them?
Goodness. So if I'd chosen a male character, would Darth Revan have had a male body?
You cannot hide from what you once were, Revan. Recognize that you were once the Dark Lord, and know that I have taken your place.
I see that I can't just accept this fact, which is interesting. Since the cinematic we just saw implies that in our mind we connected all the dots. So okay, I guess I'll go with I'm Darth Revan. How is that possible?
You do not yet remember, Revan. The Jedi set a trap. They lured us into battle against a small Republic fleet. During the attack, a team of Jedi Knights boarded your ship. The Jedi strike team captured you, and the Council used the Force to reprogram your mind. They wiped away your identity and turned you against your own followers.
Oh, that's why I was specifically requested to join the crew of the Just a second. Go back to the very start of my notes. Let's hope I actually wrote it down. Because I might not have done. Oh my goodness. This is a long, long way back. My goodness me. Okay, that's too far back. Maybe I didn't write it down. The starting ship, which I've clearly forgotten the name of. Yeah, it looks like my notes begin properly on Terrace. Yeah. But that explains that mystery. Do you mean I'm really your master?
Once I served you, Revan. But I always knew that one day the title of Dark Lord would be mine. When the Jedi strike team boarded your vessel, I saw my day had come. I ordered my own ships to fire on your bridge. I thought I could destroy all my enemies with a single glorious victory. I never dreamed the Jedi would take you alive from the wreckage.
These are such terrible choices. But why did you betray your master? That's pretty obvious. Why wouldn't the Jedi simply kill me, which is a bit obvious? And no, I don't believe you, Malak. I do believe him. It makes sense. The real question now is where do we go from here, not what has taken place. Okay, we'll go with the top option, but why did you betray your master?
You mean why did I betray you, Revan? You are the one who taught me the ways of the Sith. The strongest must rule if we are to survive. You knew I would one day challenge you for supremacy, but you underestimated me. I acted sooner than you expected and seized the Sith throne with a single brilliant stroke.
Oh, it's just going to force me to keep going till I say, no, I don't believe you, Malak, isn't it? And then presumably Bastilla will chime in and say, no, he's telling the truth.
You must have seen flashes of your old life in your dreams, Revan. Memories bubbling up to the surface. Surely you must remember the battle in which you were captured.
Bastilla, is this true?
It's true. I was part of the team sent to capture Revan, to capture you. When Malak fired on the ship, you were badly injured. We thought you were dead. Your mind was destroyed, but I used the Force to preserve the flicker of life in your body. I brought you to the Jedi Council. They were the ones who healed your damaged mind.
But the memories I have, where did they come from?
The Jedi Council didn't restore your wounded mind, Revan. They merely programmed it with a new identity, one loyal to the Republic. They tried to make you their slave.
I understand, Bastilla, you had no other choice. No other choice is probably not true, but to be fair, under the circumstances, that probably is one of the more merciful things I could have done.
Forgiveness, Revan. You are weak. I was right to betray you. You are not fit to rule the Sith. A small part of me has always regretted betraying you from afar. I always knew there were some who would think I acted out of fear, that I did not want to face you. But now fate has given me a second chance to prove myself.
Ooh.
Once I defeat you in combat, no one will question my claim to the Sith throne. My triumph will be complete.
Triumph, Malak? You seem to forget that I'm still alive.
The Jedi Council were foolish to let you live. I won't make the same mistake. We shall finish this alone in the ancient Sith tradition. Master versus apprentice, as it was meant to be.
Ah, that's suboptimal. Okay, might be time to swap out to the nerve amplifier belt so that I'm immune to mind affecting. Powers. I get the feeling my force abilities aren't going to be much use on him. I could put improved energy resistance up. That's probably still not going to do a lot. Let's go with a hyper battle stimulant and hyperadrenal strength. I feel like our character only did one of those two things. Probably only the adrenal strength. How do I check? It's over here, isn't it? But I can't really tell from that little little icon. Ow! Alright, let's try the improved energy resistance actually. Right. Let's see how we do now. I do somewhat wish I'd taken the ability that specifically makes Jedi better at dueling other Jedi. Aww. Alrighty. I guess I'm not going after him. You two alright? Guess not. Can I go round to meet him? Actually, while I'm waiting, let's heal up. He's presumably round here? Oh, he's playing hide and seek with me. Why? Oh, there we go. Right. Hyper battle stimulant. Adrenal, wait, hyperadrenal strength. Bit of a nuisance that the game cancelled all that. There we go. Improved energy resistance. Right. Yeah, the game just for some reason cancelled all the active effects on me, even though they hadn't timed out yet. Oh, don't do it again. Okay.
This isn't over, Malak.
Your friends do not give up easily, Revan. You always could inspire loyalty. But even the three of you together cannot stand against my power.
For the Jedi! I'll hold Malak off. You two get out of here. Find the Star Forge.
I'd rather just deal with Malak.
No! The door's sealed. We can't get past. Come on, we have to get to the Ebon Hawk.
What about Bastilla? We have to help her.
Bastila doesn't stand a chance against Malak, but we can't help her. Not here. We have to get off the ship and find the Star Forge. That's the key to beating the Dark Lord. Bastila sacrificed herself so we could get away. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. Come on!
I honestly feel like I could quite easily take it, given the opportunity. He's just playing hide and seek with me again, that's all. I wonder if Malak will defeat Bastilla and then reprogram her mind the same way the Jedi apparently reprogrammed mine. That goes to the hangar bay, does it? I get the feeling the game just isn't going to let me fight Malak at this point, is it? No, I think that's all directions of approach cut off. How irritating. Oh well, only one way to go. And all this because of Griff. There we go.
Where is Bastilla? What happened on the ship?
We ran into Malak. He would have killed us, but Bastilla sacrificed herself so we could get away.
You mean she's dead?
Nah, Malak won't kill her. Don't be foolish. He'll want to use her battle meditation against the Republic. Turn her to the dark side, and the Sith will always be victorious.
Jolie? Are you sure you haven't forgotten something? We can't help Bastilla, not unless we find the Star Forge first.
Not so fast. We've got a bigger issue to deal with here. They deserve to know the truth about you. Do you want to tell them what Malak said, or should I?
I'll tell them I'm Darth Revan.
Revan? What are you talking about? Is this some kind of a joke?
No, it's no joke. The Jedi Council captured Revan and erased the Dark Lord's mind, programming in a new identity. Saul Kareth told me on the Leviathan, and Bastilla confirmed it.
You're Darth Revan? This is big. Do you remember anything about being the Dark Lord?
Small bits, a very strange dream. Sorry, a few strange dreams and visions, that's all.
Just a few flashes. That's it. Nothing more? Then I don't think there's a problem. It seems to me that if you don't really remember anything about being Revan, then it doesn't really matter anymore. You are who you are now, right?
Of course it still matters. How do we know more memories won't come flooding back? How do we know Revan won't suddenly turn on us? The whole time we've been chasing after Malak, we've had his old Sith master right at our side, listening to our secrets, hearing our plans.
So my choices are, I'm sorry, Calf, I wish this wasn't true, or, but I'm not the Dark Lord anymore, I'm Navarro Senna, I'm one of you, or, blame the Jedi Council for this, Calf, not me, or, this changes nothing, I still want to stop Malak. That's a fair point.
I don't see the Sith Lord standing here. I see a friend who's been with us through thick and thin. Remember, Malak's the one who tried to destroy Terrace.
I agree with Mission. I swear a life debt to the person you are, not to the person you were.
Big Z and I will stick by you. We owe you our lives. We won't desert you now.
How can you say that, Mission? The Sith bombed my homeworld, Revan took away my family, and destroyed my life.
It was Sol Karath who commanded the fleet that attacked your people, Karth. And it was Malak who gave the order. You know this. I have felt the presence of the dark side in you, Revan, as it is in all of us. I know the dangers of that path, yet I also know the fallen can be redeemed. I judge you by your actions, and as long as we have been together, I have seen you act as a servant of the light.
You won't abandon me, will you, T3? Beep, beep, beep. Whoop, whoop.
I knew the little guy would come through for you. Droids don't hold grudges.
Oh, I do have to ask all of them. What about you, Julie?
What about me? I already knew who you were, though it wasn't my place to tell you. Better off that you know, if you ask me. Does it change anything? I'm not here to judge you. You do what you have to do, and I'll help if I can.
Oh, that's why he came with me all along. He knew who I was. What do you think, Candaris?
You defeated the Mandalore clans in the war, Revan. You were the only one in the galaxy who could best us. We had never met one like you before, and never since. How can you even ask if I'll follow you? Whatever you're fighting, it will be worthy of my skill. I'm your man until the end, Revan. No matter how this plays out.
What do you have to say, HK47?
Commentary. I am experiencing something unusual, Master.
I missed the reveal. How did you react? A bit confused at first, but yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The main thing that I still don't think has been adequately explained is that I of course could have chosen a male character, and as far as I can tell, Revan was female all along. So that would have taken some explaining, unless of course if I had picked a male character, perhaps Revan would have had a male body. But aside from the that strangeness, yeah, makes sense. At first I actually thought it was Bastila that was Revan, because it wasn't clear to me that, due to the way the dialogue was phrased, that Malak was speaking to me and not Bastila. Why? What's happening?
Answer. My programming is activating my deleted memory core. I believe I have a homing system that is restoring it, Master.
Everyone be careful, there's no telling what this means. Your homing system? What's that? Or I'll destroy you if you make a move, droid. Your homing system? What's that?
Observation. My homing system is a function of my assassination protocols, that which I told you had been deactivated. This system was not. It seems that the homing system deliberately restores my deleted memory core upon returning to my original master.
You mean Revan?
Affirmation. Correct, Master. Sith protocols maintain that all droid knowledge be deleted before assassination missions and restored upon return. I have returned to you, and my full functionality is now under your personal command. It is a distinct pleasure to see you again, Master.
I'm not exactly Revan anymore, HK-47.
Observation. That does not matter, Master. I am your droid, regardless of your actions or personality.
Wow. What are the chances of that happening?
Remember, we're talking about the Force here. At this point, Malak himself could drop out of the sky and I wouldn't bat an eyelash.
Good point.
They would have switched that. That is one of my favourite reveals in my lifetime. Presumably that means if you start a game as one sex and then you don't, and then fairly early on you swap to a different game of the other sex, you might figure it out though. Well, Karth, will you stand with me against Malak?
Well, the others seem to trust you, and I don't see any other way that we can stop the Sith. But I suppose that Malak is the real enemy here. I don't have any other choice, do I?
I won't let you down, Karth, I promise.
I want to believe you. You've proven yourself time and time again during our mission, but this is a little much for me to wrap my mind around.
You have to try, for Bastila's sake.
This must be even more of a shock to you. I don't know how you even keep going. I guess we both just have to find a way to push forward. Don't worry. I won't let my personal feelings get in the way of my assignments or this mission. But don't forget, I've sworn an oath to defend the Republic. As long as this mission stays on course, I'll stick with you. But I won't let you betray the Republic under any circumstances. So I guess that's it then. We keep going. We've still got one more star map to uncover if we're gonna find that Star Forge and save Bastila, so let's do it before it's too late.
I've got to go back to work, but if you're on in 2 hours, I'll watch more. Oh goodness. Yes, absolutely, you should get back to your work. And I don't know how much of the game is left. I would still be streaming in 2 hours if it's not over. If I see you then I look forward to it. Otherwise, I hope you have a wonderful night. Incidentally, the only reason I left Tatooine when I did was to complete Griff's mission. Because I had to return to Kashyyyk for that, so I'm blaming Griff for this. That's the entire reason we got captured. Actually, maybe I should have Zelba with me just in case. Oh, I can't properly do Bastila's quest now. Ah. Okay, well we'll have to see if Bastila returns to us, and if she does, whether it's even possible to continue playing the game. Right, am I going mad? I don't see the mission that... Oh, mission's brother. Griff wants you to bring him a tack gland so he can brew up some Torizian ale to sell to a business associate. This is the mission that started all of that. He's promised you a healthy reward if you come through for him. The Shadowlands are too good for them. We'll kill them all. Oh, we have some leveling to do. Yes, this time Zalbar and Mission have the exact same amount of experience. So that's what we had become accustomed to seeing. What should I be leveling here, actually? Let's go with Constitution. So that script appears to take a NPC that the game's a PC that the game expects is underleveled. Interesting. Sorry, takes a PC that the game suspects is underleveled and then gives them the same amount of experience as the least experienced other member of the party that is presumably properly leveled. Wonderful. Sneak attack 8, eh? Goodness.
I'm here.
Right, quick save and let's keep going. Damaged sentry droid. Hold on, wasn't there a... I think the Zerka Corporation had some sort of supply dump that required a password to get into that we never discovered, and we tried hacking it, slicing it, sorry, but Mission wasn't at the time sufficiently skilled to get to it. Given that Zerka Corporation have since been unequivocally removed from the planet, and so they're not really in a position to visit the supply station again, perhaps we should have another go. Slice the ID requirement. Identification recognized. Access granted. Select needed supplies from resource containers. Station shutting down until restock. I'm not sure if it was worth using up that many computer spikes, but we did get in. Yeah, this stuff is all a bit low level for us now. Yeah, that wasn't worth it, but interesting nevertheless. Right, I assume we want to go down to the Shadowlands if we want to try and collect some tact glands. I assume the Wookiees won't have a problem with that. Oh, some of the enemies have respawned. Not much of a threat anymore, though. Oh no! Don't do that. Why would you do this? Right, off we go. Wait, is that even the right way? Yes. That's funny. I don't remember these respawning when we were on Kashyyyk last time. Perhaps they only respawn once you're off-world? I notice we're not getting poisoned here either, which is interesting. Presumably we're just making our saves because we're such higher level now. How tanky is Zalbar? Pretty tanky. Comparable to Navarra though. Wait, have I gone the wrong way? I don't think so. So these must have been... Oops. These must have been enemies that we dispatched last time we were here. What's the basket? Down here, presumably. So some of them respawn and others don't. Here we go. And now for one of my favourite animations in the game. Oh, are these attacks? I'm not killing them. I assumed it would be a dangerous creature. One absolutely pointless reason to lose Bastilla. Oh well, I'd best head back to Tatooine and tell Griff the bad news. I've got a feeling those may have been the same creatures that the Zerka Corporation personnel were suggesting I hunt for profit. I could be wrong. Alright, so the plan now is go back to Tatooine. Actually, maybe I should give the holocron to Bastilla's mother, since Bastilla's now been captured. That'll be... One, it only seems fair, since I clearly have no claim to it. Only Bastilla and her mother could have a claim to her father's holocron. At least I'd assume so, unless he had other living relatives. It'll also be interesting to see if the game developers put in a specific reaction for this case, I've got a feeling they will have done. So anyway, plan. Back to Tatooine, finish up our business there. Then we head to then we head to Yavin. Do a bit of oh, what's it called? Pazuk. Then we go to Korriban, I think. And we find the last star map there. That's the plan anyway. Right, who do we want with us? Probably Jolie and Mission. Speaking of... Greetings, human. A word, if I may. It concerns the Dark Lord of the Sith. Yes, I am the Dark Lord of the Sith. Yes, human, I know. That is why I've approached you. Who are you? Listen to me, and all will be made clear. My name is Zeogrom, and I am a businessman. I and my partner did in rare items of extraordinary value and power. Right, Zeogrom, Twi'lek. You're with the Exchange. No, we are not. We are independent operators, though often our transactions involve those who represent the Exchange. Exchange affiliated. Traditionally, we've always done business with the owner of the Ebon Hawk, Davik Kang most recently, Ahito Othar before him, Foxy Haxa before her, but we were reluctant to approach you. You have no ties to the Exchange, which was a problem. Even worse, you're a Jedi, not the sort of person we normally associate with. So why are you approaching me now? There were reports of the Ebon Hawk travelling to many different planets. We want to know what you're up to. At your last port, I placed a small tracking device on your ship. The tracking device reported back to us it had been captured by the Leviathan. Once we had that information, we began digging into our sources within the Sith fleet. Go on. Or sources? What sources? There are millions of soldiers in the Sith fleet. Surely you aren't surprised that some of them will sell information. Even high-ranking officers aren't immune to the lure of easy credits. Your escapades on the Leviathan created quite a stir in the Sith fleet. Of course, Malak tried to suppress the truth about your identity. There were more than a few summary executions. But even if security footage is destroyed and witnesses silenced, some bits of information always slip through. Spend enough credits to gather the tiny pieces and the puzzle becomes clear. We know what happened on the Leviathan. At least, we know enough. You're Darth Revan, and you're going to kill Malak for daring to claim dominion over the Sith. How does this involve you, or you're wrong? I'm not in this for revenge. Well, I don't think I need to justify my reasons to this individual that I've only just met. How does this involve you? My partner and I deal in very rare and powerful items, weapons, armor, things you could use in your battles against Malak and the Sith. Let me see these items. I don't carry these items with me, of course, they're with my partner, but they're yours, if you've got the credits to buy them. We do want to make a profit on this, after all. Just go to the Dashde Cantina on Korriban. There's a Rhodian there named Mika Doran. Tell Mika that Zeogron sent you to look at the premium items. Mika Doran. Rhodian at Dreshdai Cantina on Korriban. Premium items. I'll check it out next time I'm on Korriban. Mika already knows to expect you. Like I said, just tell him you want to look at the premium items. I guess my work here is done. Goodbye, Revan, and once Malak is beaten, don't forget who helped you to victory. Right, now. Jolie, we need to have a word with you about your uniform. He can wear a Jedi Master robe, I think. I don't think he was wearing that before. I don't think he's even a Jedi Master, but I see no reason for him not to have the benefits of a very good... of good equipment. Better. Oh, blimey. I didn't realise I'd given him 2 weapons. Indeed I had. I don't think that'll suit him too well, unfortunately. Oh, I still have Bastilla's lightsaber. I should probably take that for... Hold on. That being the case, Navarra should use that.
And you need?
Wait, can I have them use a weapon left-handed? No. There we go. I think we're where we want to be. I think Navarra should have Bastilla's lightsaber both for story reasons, but also combat reasons. Right. Oh, we need to level Julie, don't we? Let's talk to Griff first, then we'll do that. That's the hunting lodge.
You're back! I knew you'd come through for me. I knew I could count on you. You do have a tech land for me, right?
I've changed my mind. I'm not doing this.
Change your mind? No, you can't. Do you know what this guy from the exchange will do to me if I don't come through? Come on, you have to help me here. You bring me a single tech land, and you not only save my life, but you get a piece of this great business opportunity. I mean, you can't pass this up. Think about it, and you'll see I'm right. You're back. Change you.
Okay, he's not going to accept no for an answer. Well, I've made up my mind. I'm not killing those poor defenseless creatures just because he's made some poor decisions. Master Dueling, that's the one. No, that's not the one. Which one's the one? Master Jedi Defense, maybe. Nope. Perhaps Julie isn't good. Doesn't have the feats that I was thinking of. Oh wait, these are feats, not powers. That'll be why. Force armor certainly would help in a dueling situation, I thought. Maybe that was the one I was thinking of. I thought there was another one. Oh, force resistance and force immunity, possibly. Yeah, I think that is the one I was thinking of. But I will take stasis field this time. Next time I may take the one that makes you better at combat versus force sensitive opponents. And in fact I should probably pick that up for Navarra as well. So what do we have left to do on Tatooine? Two things that I can think of. One, speak to Bastilla's mother. Inform her, hand her the holocron and inform her of the situation. And secondly, we should do the swoop bike racing. Then I think we've done everything. Where's Bastilla's mother? thought we had the holocron. We must do, because we defeated the crate dragon. This is strange. I hope her mother hasn't passed on.
Huh. What's the winner of the Manan Sector Champion title doing here, I wonder? Must have blown all your winnings.
I want to ask about things here on Tatooine.
We've already gone over this stuff with you. Couldn't you just go ask someone else? I'm not one of those listening bartenders.
I have to go, goodbye.
Yeah.
I was going to ask about her, but...
Well, imagine you coming back. Something you want?
I have to leave, goodbye.
Keep safe. Yep. Seems like tough times are coming.
Let me check my inventory. Do I have the holocron? Hold on. All items. Problem is, it may not actually be called holocron. It may, for example, be her father's name. '(S). Holocron. This would really benefit from a search function, among other adaptations. I wonder if that's something that the mods will do. Holocron. The holocron has been cracked and worn by the sands and wind, but is still marginally operational. When activated, it shows the holographic image of a middle-aged human man and appears to have been used as a means to record his personal thoughts over many years. She's just not here, is she? What a pity. Okay, just the swoop bike racing then we can move on. I'm not sure I know where I need to go though. In here? No? Hold on, let's check the map. There. So it's across the way from us. No, further along still. Around here, I think. In here? Yes. Mott of the Hut. Who are you? A nobody. What do you want, huh? Handouts? Go dig a mine, fool. I'm surprised he doesn't know who I am, since he's in the swoop racing business. Mott of the Hut. Head of swoop bike racing on Tatooine. I'm looking for information. Can you help? No interest in helping, only interest in racing. I got enough beggars through here looking for money. Let's have a look at you. Just a human, nothing really special. You race? Maybe own a swoop? I raced on Taris. I won the season opener. I raced on Manan. I did. Did both. Ah, you and 12 other liars. Planet blows up. Race records are lost, and now everyone is a champion.
Wipe every record from the books this backwater track.
Okay, enough of that funny stuff. You think you're a racer? You'll be one. You have your own bike? I have my own bike stored on my ship. You got a bike? Then you can race. I don't care about experience, so long as you can get out on the track. And if you crash and burn, that's your problem. I just need warm bodies to pad the roster between the pros. There is a matter of a small track maintenance fee, 100 credits. I'll pay it. Good, that shows you mean business. Now you can use the track for recreational runs, or I can give you an official race right away. Just ask me when you want to start, and there's some business I need help with, if you're serious about promoting racing. What sort of business do you need help with? I make my money off signing good racers, good ones, not great ones. I want them young and stupid. I've got one, Nico Senvi. Great potential, only started racing a year ago and loves it. He lives for it now. What I want is simple. I want Nico to sign a contract with me and I want you to convince him. I'll pay well. I can't refuse this, apparently. Why would he listen to me? Oh, why won't he sign? The deal basically says that I fund his bike and repairs, but in return I take a hefty cut of his winnings. Very upfront of him.
The boy doesn't want to sign?
That isn't fair. On Terrace, you had to give a cut to the Swoop Gang sponsoring you, but at least the rider got the higher share of the winnings.
He knows it's harsh, but he can't afford to go pro on his own and he doesn't want to give up racing. I've got him where I want him, I just need you to give him a little push in the right direction. Or a big shove. I think you should give him a better deal. You're not going to pull that typical swoop jockey attitude, are you? This is business, and I know what's best. What do you care whether I make money off the kid or not? He wants to race it and you'll get paid. We all win. I'm not sure he's winning in that arrangement. You want to give Nico a better deal. Of course, I could just give him a better deal. Did I say that? Wait, I guess it does make sense. His times have suffered since I made the offer. I mean, swoop jocks are moody. They feel bad. They don't win. Alright, I'll give him a better deal and make it back in the long run, I guess. You, of course, are not getting paid. I trust this is the last we'll have to hear about this matter. Was there anything else? Just set me up with a race. Certainly. We just need to clear up the positioning fee. All races pay the same before each officially timed race. 100 credits. I'll pay the 100 credits. Fine, fine. We'll have your bike brought to the starting position. Let's see what level of race we should give you. You'll go against Guam Totral's time in the first tier. He's a local boy new to the spot. The time to beat is 23:90. That's actually... If that's anything like the previous courses, that's quite good. Swoop Racing fans, we have an official race about to commence. Make some noise for this new contender. Not a great start. I'm 2370. I just barely beat it. You passed the first run and have earned 10 racing bonds. Not a bad showing for a beginner. You beat Garm's time easily. Take this with my thanks. We'll see if you can do any better in Tier 2. I want to talk about the rewards for racing. I set up a quick 3-tier system so people know where they stand. I paid the first time to reach each tier. Hello Yisha, it's lovely to see you. What does each tier pay? The tier 1 is 10 racing bonds. Tier 2, I pay 30 racing bonds. Tier 3, I give 80 racing bonds. You'll agree the amount is fair. I'm doing pretty well, thank you. I pay each level only once. I'm not here to support you. I only pay to encourage constant improvement. What are racing bonds? Racing bonds are monetary notes I issue so vendors know who my friends are. Any merchant will buy them. Each bond is worth 60 credits, give or take. It depends on the merchant. I mean, that's an okay reward for the first tier, but that's a terrible third tier rate. If that's 80 times 60... Actually, no. No, I take it back. That's not too bad at all, actually. Assuming you can actually get those prices. Why aren't browns used like a Manan? Here on Tatooine we do things Motter's way. With Taris gone, there's no circuit governing organisation to say I'm wrong. Tier 1 here is strictly amateurs. Might get a good race out of them now and then, but they aren't going anywhere. Reach tier 2 and you show promise. You're still fodder for the pros, but you're pretty good. Tier 3, only one of my local guys in that range, Nico. Good chance to go pro if he knows what's good for him. Oh, so maybe I couldn't have done tier 3 unless I had done that little mini quest to do with persuading Nico to sign. Apart from migraine and neck pain, I can't complain. Well, it's quite warm, but apparently it's only the start of a literal hell week ahead. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Yisha. Oh dear. I do hope it doesn't turn out to be so bad. And I hope your migraine clears up as well. They're horrible. Are there any pro racers here? There aren't a lot of pro racers anywhere with Taris gone. I'm going to try and build up 1 or 2 of my own. I suppose there are a couple of pros here, some has-been and never were types, that sort of thing. Zoris Bafka is the best of the lot, outside my local champ Nico. Most races in her league never stop here. Let's go back to my other questions. Hurry it up, I don't have all day. Just set me up with a race. Certainly, we just need to clear up the positioning fee. All races pay the same before each officially timed race. 100 credits. I'll pay the 100 credits. Fine, fine. We'll have your bike brought to the starting position. Let's see what level of race we should give you. Well, you made it past the first tier, so let's try the second. Yuka is the current leader. The time to beat is 23:29. That's quite a lot faster than I managed last time. Attention, a second tier race is about to begin. Show your support for this up-and-comer. Whoa. No. Failed right at the end. Otherwise that was going well. And what do you call that then? Winners draw the crowd, not lazy times like that. Are you sure you're up to the competition? Just set me up with a race. Certainly, we just need to clear up the positioning fee. There you go. Blast! Even worse. Oh dear. That was my worst time yet, by quite a margin. Maybe I won't be good enough to do the swoop bike racing on Tatooine. There we go, I think I just barely beat it. Goodness knows what I'm going to have to do to beat the next time though. You passed the second tier and earned 30 racing bonds. I'm beginning to think it was a mistake to sign you up. Really? I suppose you'll be up against my local pro attraction in tier 3 next. You've already ruined Yuka. You complain when I do badly, and you complain when I do well. Just set me up with a race. Certainly, we just need to clear up the positioning fee. All racers pay the same before each officially timed race. 100 credits. I'll pay the 100 credits. Fine, fine. What's the time? 22:51. That's gonna be hard. Attention. Mott of the Hut presents the cream of the swoop racing. A tier 3 match. Let this almost champion know what you expect. I don't think I'll get this very quickly at all. Goodness me. I think that's the best I've done yet, and I was still well under the time it needed to be. Lazy times. Blast. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to be here a while. Another pretty good run for me, and I was well under the time I had to beat. Well over the time I had to beat. I'll probably lose all my money on these attempts. Better. Still a long way off, but better. That was strange. Right near the end, it was indicating that I needed to go up a gear, and I was hammering the mouse, but it wasn't doing anything. It's as if I'd already reached a maximum speed. And yet I was well under the time that well over the time that I needed to be. And again. blast. I'm still nowhere close to beating it. I wonder how many more times I should try before I just give up. Better, but still a long way off. Oh dear. How much money do you think I have left? Did I do it? Oh my goodness! Blimey! It's a big payout for you. You shattered my track record and took tier 3. 80 racing bonds was the deal. That's the last I'll be giving you, I hope. You're too fast for most of my races. I'll be back later. Go then, but don't hog the track with rec runs. I need my pros to keep their skills up. You depress them. Rec run presumably being recreational run, so they don't want me just practicing on the track because they think I'll make the other racers sad. Actually, I've got quite a lot of credits left over. How much did I have? I thought I only had about 6,000? Clearly not. Oh, 99, I hit the max on the racing bonds. So I've actually lost money here. Well, okay, I haven't lost money. I've won more than I used. But let's see, I won 10. Yo, you're the one. You beat Zoris Baska's time. I have to get your auto print. What, my auto print? Are you serious? Sure I am. You're fast for a human, and once the races are running regular again, you'll be famous. Well, maybe you will. If you start winning on the real tour, I want to be able to say I saw you when you were just starting out. How about it? Sure, why not? Scan away. Really, that is great of you. We'll be a fan favourite. Some of the racers sell their prints. But that is just rude. Here, just put your hand on this pad. Thanks again. And I'll be seeing more of you, human. I hope that wasn't a setup. They're not going to use my handprint for something evil. But I'd assume that if that were possible, then that wouldn't be a practice, the same way that in real life it's not a practice to collect the fingerprints of famous people. Yeah, so I won I won 10 racing bonds, then 30 that brought me up to 40, then 80, but that only got me up to 99 because I hit the max. So that's 21 racing bonds that have just disappeared. Never mind. I hope I get the 60 they claimed I would get for each racing bond. Oh, where are they? Yeah, it does say 60. Oh, I have to sell them individually. This is actually... I think this is actually a developer error. They shouldn't have let that be possible, because it doesn't make any real life sense that my character would have lost those racing bonds. Oh no, I haven't lost them. There they are. Oh, that's good. I take it back. I completely take back what I just said about the developers. Wonderful game. Very well programmed. Right, what now? I think we've done everything we can do on Tatooine, so we're going to head to Yavin for some Pazak, and then we'll head to Korriban to continue the main quest. That's my plan anyway. Signing Nico. You've convinced Motta to give Nico a better contract that will benefit both of them in the long run. Long term, Nico will want to express his thanks to you. Oh, okay. So that quest technically wasn't finished because I didn't speak to Nico. Honestly, I don't see why he should have to speak to me at all. Because the conversation I had was between myself and Motta the Hutt. I don't see why... I don't see that there's any reason why he should suspect I had anything to do with it. Nika Senvi.
Oh, hi. You another racer then? I heard someone new was talking to Mata. Always room for more, I guess. Nice job beating my times, too. I guess my heart isn't in the racing. Contracts are distracting stuff.
Are you a racer? Good job on beating my times. I talked to Motta about you.
I suppose you've got a right to know track business, but with the times you've been posting...
I convinced Motta to give you a better contract.
You did? I don't believe it. I mean, I do, but I sure wasn't expecting it. I appreciate it, I really do. Now I can take my bike to the big races. There's not much of a circuit right now, but I'll be ready when it recovers.
When do you think you'll be leaving?
Hard to tell. I'll get some more runs here first. I need the practice. I have to top your time.
Goodbye then. Good luck.
Thanks again. I meant it.
Wonderful. So, those are the 2 assassinations for the Jenna Harridan we decided we're not doing. Premium Merchant, that's on Korriban. I have no idea what to do about the Gizka. I genuinely don't know what I can do other than kill them all, which I am not going to do. Bastilla's mother, we could stop by the cantina one last time before we leave planet. Just in case. I am not giving the gaffy stick to the Zerka Corporation because I don't want to profit off of the Sand People, especially the Sand People's deaths. So very, very quickly, let's just stop by in the cantina again. I'm not expecting Bastilla's mother to have reappeared. No, she hasn't. What a pity. Alrighty then, nothing we can do about that, so, to Yavin. I wonder if Korriban will have a sweep track. We haven't heard any rumours that it does, so probably not. Still, we'll see. I went to the wrong place. Where even is this? Where am I? I heard about that big fight in the dunes. You're the talk of the lodge. Killed a dragon. How about that? Oh, I'm in the hunting lodge. I have to go. Goodbye. I'll be here. I keep hunters' hours. Fazza is always open. Again, I don't want to profit off the death of any of the indigenous species if I can. Right, off we go. I wonder if the tracking device that was put on my ship is inside one or more of the Gizka. Oh, look how lonely it looks here with Bastilla gone. Right, Yavin. Fortunately, we weren't intercepted this time. Okie dokie, Pazak. This way, I think. Down here? No. Oh no, it'd be round here, I think. No? Okay, clearly I'm lost. How do I get off this ship? Round here? Yes. We'll take Mission and Julie with us. Interesting. That's not good enough, Suvan. We know you have more, and we want it now. What? You can't just rewrite our agreement whenever you feel like it. The exchange won't stand for it. The exchange is in no position to dictate orders anymore, Suvan. Who's that? The stranger. You haven't been telling us everything now, have you, Suvan? Tell you everything? What are you talking about? I don't have to clear everything through you. What's going on here, Suva? They're trying to extort me, that's what. They think that just because the exchange is gone, they can take whatever they want from me. The exchange is gone? I thought Davik was just one part of it. We are renegotiating our contract, Suvam. I think you guys better leave. Or what? You'll force us? Leave now. We leave now, but we have not forgotten you, Suvam. Thank you for helping, but I really don't think you should have provoked them like that. They can be impulsive sometimes. Still, at least I ended up in one piece, right? Here, I'll let you look at some of the stuff I was saving for them. I'm definitely not going to give this to them now. Environmental Bastion Armor. Immunity to cold, fire, and sonic, and it's upgradable. Okay, that is... I don't have enough money. That is nice armor, though. He's got some very nice armor here, actually. Pity I can't afford it. What do you want? Interested in a hand of Pazak? Sure, if you want. I don't play for small amounts though, so if you want to play, it's for keeps. Let's play. Okay. Right, so... what's the best deck I can come up with? Probably the deck I currently have. Would I prefer negative cards? Probably not, no. No, I think what I have will have to do. Are you sure you want to use this side deck? Okay. Actually, I already have +1 and +2 and +3. Perhaps if I have pluses, I should make them a bit more... of larger quantities. Let's play with that. Okay. Alrighty. Minus 120. Blast. Well, at least he used up a card as well. So no one's gained any sort of advantage up to this point. +2. That's 1 to me, although he's ahead on cards. Which is to say he has more cards in his hand now. That's 2 to me, although I'm at a big card disadvantage. That's just bad luck. He got a 5 and 2 1s, goodness. Blast. If I'd put the 5 down last time, I'd have won. So it's down to the last set. At least we're in a similar position regarding cards in our hand. Stand. Have to stand on 18, there's nothing else I can do. Ah. But don't feel bad, kid, it happens all the time. Interested in another game? Let's play. Oh, we didn't draw so well this time. So we need to get a 20 just to draw. Never mind. Oh dear, we're not doing so well, are we? I'll stand on the 19. Oh, he beat me. Let's up the... Oh, I can't up the stake. Alright. Let's try again. Hello, Quafancy. It's lovely to meet you. Blast. The best I can hope to do is draw here. Well, he used a better card than I used. So I think I came out marginally ahead there. Another 20. Oh my goodness. Set is tied. Of course, if we both use up... If we each use up our hands, then it's just going to be luck of the draw at that point. Actually, that's not quite true. I suppose you could play badly, but... Do I play the 1 and force a draw? Yeah, I think I will. Well, you don't mind that. He still has one card left and we don't know what it is though. I probably should have been paying more attention. Oh, well, now we know. Wonderful. Like I say, it's pretty much just luck now. In all probability, if I draw another card, I'll go over 20 and therefore lose. So I'm better off standing and tying than pushing my luck. Hey! I mean, again, that was just luck. But we won. Ah, you're good. I have to admit that. But I still think I can beat you a couple more times. You interested? Some other time. Sure then. Some other time. Is there anything else you'd like right now? So we actually lost money there because we lost twice and won once. To say nothing of the previous games we played against him where we lost. But I think the thing to do if we want to attempt to use him as a source of income is find another Pazak card player and get ourselves some more of the cards that can be negative or positive. So that we can have a side deck that only consists of those dual cards. Rightio, let's make our way to Korriban. This is my first KOTOR run. I have one star map left to find, and that's on Korriban. And I have had the big reveal. That happened earlier tonight, as it happens. Oh, another memory. This will be the location of the last star map, I assume. Interesting. Looks like it's in a building, possibly underground. So this planet, we were told, may have been the birthplace of the Sith. Oh nice, KOTOR is my favourite game of all time and always fun to watch the first run. And the real way to make money is to save scum your Pazak games. But respect if you don't want to do that. No, I try not to save scum. Normally I play my games Iron Man as well, but unfortunately I died. I died at a certain point on Taris, and I decided, rather than play the whole game back up to that point, that I wouldn't Iron Man this game. But yeah, still trying to avoid save scumming as much as possible. Where is the way off? Is it round here? No. Round here? No. Ah, around here I think. Yes. Right, who do we want with us? We haven't been told that there's any characters with a particular history with this planet, so we'll just pick Julie and Mission, I think. Wow, KOTOR Iron Man would be crazy. I think it wouldn't be that difficult, to be honest. Because I have not died much in this game. I'm trying to remember. It was the fight against the Dark Jedi on Taris that got me, and I think there was one other fight that got me. I've forgotten what the other one was, but I think there's... I could be wrong. I think there's only 2 places where I've died. Oh, that's not true, because I pushed my luck with the underwater beast on Manan, and I pushed my luck with the crate dragon. But as I said on both occasions, if I had been Iron Manning and knew I was Iron Manning, I wouldn't have tried to approach those creatures. I was only doing it because I knew I could reload. So yeah, I could be wrong. I think I've only run into 2 points in the game where I would have been where an Iron Man run would have ended. Admittedly, I only have the combat on normal, not on the hard, so that might be part of the reason. No one seems to have requested a docking fee from us as yet. Ah, I see. Another Jedi come to Small Korriban, yes? Good to meet you. Jedi come here often, do they? There are many who come to Korriban from throughout space, hoping to join the Academy. Some of them are Jedi who have left the Order. We will get into the Academy for certain. I understand Jedi who have left the light side are very welcome. Oh, are made very welcome. So I imagine. But enough about that. It's very nice to see that the Ebon Hawk has returned. I've not seen that ship for some time indeed. Since you're a regular to our little colony, the docking fee is only 25 credits. Okay, so we've not been here long, and we've learned that there's a Dark Jedi Academy here, and that apparently the Ebon Hawk has been here so often that actually reducing the fee. Why? I don't know. Here's the 25 credits. Excellent. Continue on through. Please be aware that the colony is under Sith jurisdiction. I'd advise you to stay out of their way. I'll be on my way. Enjoy your stay in Dash Day. I should really head...
No, that is the wrong answer. Again, you pathetic hopefuls can't possibly all be this stupid, can you?
But please, Master Chardon, give us a chance. We'll do anything to get into the Academy.
I'm no master yet, but I like the sound of that. Alright, one more question. Though a lot of you is trying my patience. Alright, let's say you become a Sith and I am your commanding officer. I give you an order to spare the life of an enemy. Do you do it?
Of course. Anything you command us.
We would never oppose you.
No. Do you honestly believe that the Sith are in need of such sniveling cowards? Mercy is a weakness. If your leader shows weakness, it is your duty to kill him and show true authority, true power. That is why the Sith are strong.
Thank you, Chardon. We understand now.
No, you don't understand, and you probably never will. You wouldn't survive 5 seconds in the Academy. The other students would tear you apart. Bah! I can't be bothered with fools. Perhaps I should... You, Jedi, you're looking to get into the Academy, are you not? Well, of course you are. Why else would you be here? Let me pose a question to you. These hopefuls will never survive in the Academy. A lesson must be taught here, but I am at a loss as to what form it should take.
Well, if you can't think of anything cruel, you really shouldn't be out here, young man, should you?
I wasn't talking to you. I'm thinking to spare them the effort of being killed and do it myself. Perhaps I shall turn their skin inside out. Or force lightning. Yes, it's a most impressive display. Or perhaps a bit of humiliation is in order. I could easily strip off their tunics and make them run through the colony. Or they could lose all control of their bodily functions. What do you think? I just can't seem to decide.
I think we should get in their way. Why? What did they do? Or you can't just kill them. Or why are you asking me? Why? What did they do?
We didn't do anything. Please, help us. Silence. It's not what they did so much as what they didn't do, which is prove themselves worthy. I'm exhausted from dealing with their mulings, so please decide for me, will you?
Let them go. That's my decision.
Let them go? And what could possibly convince me to do that?
You want to let them go.
I want to let them go. Yes, that's right. They're not worth my time. I'm on my head. What was that? I feel like Just get out of here, all of you. I don't have time for this.
There we go. Situation resolved and no one had to get hurt. I've forgotten if I said before we were interrupted by that, we should really... Oh, quite a lot of named NPCs here. We should really head by Tatooine at some point, see if it really has been destroyed or not. Greetings, Say. Aren't you the one who won that swoop race on Manan? I'm a big fan. Hope we can find something suited to a celebrity like you. Is there anything you'd like? What sort of merchandise do you offer? Weapons mostly. I've got connections. You'll need them if you're going to be spending any time here. What sort of connections? Mandalorian raiders occasionally drop by, needing to get rid of some extras that they can't sell in the civilized systems. They treat me well, I treat them well. It works out. So if you need weapons, and you probably will, this is the place to come. Oh, I clicked something I didn't mean. Certainly, allow me to punch up the stock. Oh, that's alright. Oh, I keep forgetting to go to a workbench and upgrade my weapons and armour. These weapons are okay. I feel like they're a few levels behind us, though.
Look here, my dear friends. We have some newcomers to the colony, led by a Jedi, no less. I don't believe I've seen any of them before. Have you?
I hate Jedi. And these fallen ones are worse. They always get into the academy, and they think they're better than the rest of us.
Well, if you'd seen us before, we wouldn't be newcomers, would we?
Smart-mouthed newcomers, to boot.
Looks pretty fresh to me, Lashao.
That's what I thought. Well, stranger, I don't know whether you're aware of this or not, but here on Korriban, the Sith do as they please. And we are Sith. Quite literally, whether you live or die depends upon our whim. What do you think of that, hmm?
You can try to kill me. You'd fail, but you can try.
Those are very brave words for such an insignificant person. Do you not realize how many Sith are here in Dresde?
12. No, wait, 13.
Let me kill this one, Lasho. Let me do it.
Now, let's not be hasty. Perhaps our friend here could yet offer up some amusement. What do you say? Amuse us, make us laugh, and we might just consider allowing you to live.
So my choices are, do you know who I am? I'm Darth Revan. Watch your tongue or I'll rip it out. That's actually a pretty good response, under the circumstances. I'm looking for trouble, but I'm not here to amuse you. Be careful, you might be headed for some more trouble than you can handle. If you really want to fight, just make the first move. It'll be your last, or, okay, these two Mandalorians are out in the woods. Or please don't hurt me, I don't want to fight. Do you know who I am? I'm Darth Revan. Watch your tongue or I'll rip it out.
Ha! Too funny.
It's no joke, I really am Darth Revan.
Good one!
Yes, I suppose that wasn't too bad. All right then, my friend. You've done as you were asked. Perhaps we will meet again.
Well then. Oh, Zerka representative. Of course they would have a Zerka Corp presence on this planet. I should probably prioritize finding the star map, shouldn't I? Lazar Cache. You there, human. You're the one flying the Ebon Hawk now. I saw you disembarking earlier. Yes, the Ebon Hawk is my ship. Is that so? Well, you can tell Davik that my people are spitting plasma over this. We've been waiting for this shipment for a month now. I suppose we should be grateful that the shipment survived terrorists at all, though, right? Anyway, hand it over and let's finish this. Hand what over? What are you talking about? Wait a minute, don't you work for Davik? Just how is it you happen to be flying the Ebon Hawk anyway? Davik's dead, I presume. I stole the Ebon Hawk from him. Well, when a planet explodes, you've got to expect a few changes. Davik's dead, hey? Maybe you can still help me with something. We had arranged for several kilograms of spice to be shipped to us here aboard the Ebon Hawk. Perhaps Davik left it on board? I suspect if it is, it will be in the container we gave him, locked and requiring a code. Might you have seen such a thing, human? I could take a look for it. Excellent. Set the code on the container to Red 47. When you get the spice, bring it to me here. I'll wait for you. Obviously, I'm not actually... I think spice is fairly obvious code for drugs, and obviously I won't be handing that to him. But it's worth checking if it is in fact on the ship, and I think I know the exact container he's referring to. Because we stumbled across it a few streams ago. I think I remarked how strange it was to have such a compartment on the ship. I must have gone past the way up. Am I going mad? Oh, there. Space Walmart is everywhere. Do I remember how to get there though? It was in the cargo bay. Here, this side I think. Here. The secret compartment is still locked. Enter code Red 47. The hidden compartment is now unlocked. Spice. Get items. Let's have a quick look at that, shall we? The term spice has come to describe a wide variety of stimulants mined on a number of worlds, but the highly coveted glitter stim found on Kessel is by far the most precious. Shame I don't have a way to destroy it. There you are. Do you have the spice, human? I've decided I don't want to get involved in this. That's unfortunate. The people I represent will be displeased. They've already lost their interest in Taris after all. But it's your choice, human. Pray that no one takes your refusal personally. Prospective Sith, prospective Sith. Ah, is this a cantina? If so, there was someone I was supposed to speak to here. Mikadoran. So ethical. Well, to be fair, it is actually a complex ethical question, given that clearly there's already a system in place for selling those drugs. So exactly what impact it would have to have a shipment not arrive like that, it's not clear whether the impact would be good or bad. Because it's not like I've cut off it's not like I've cut off the supply lines forevermore and arrested every individual that was peddling the drugs and managed to get every addict into rehab and happily into rehab, which is clearly unrealistic. All I've done is stopped one shipment from turning up. But at the same time, if it were to turn out that that shipment were to do any harm, I wouldn't want to be directly responsible for it. So on balance, I think probably not delivering it's better than delivering it, but it's not such a simple question. Greetings, Sentient. You're the owner of the Ebon Hawk, yes? Or its latest owner, at least. I'm honoured to meet you. I'm Mikadoran, manager of this establishment. Is there something you are needing, Sentient? The owner of the Ebon Hawk is always welcome in the Dresde Cantina. Zigram says you sell special items? I think he said premium. But still. Yes, to the right buyer. Traditionally, the owner of the Ebon Hawk has been the contact for my transactions, but in the past, the owner was always affiliated with the exchange. That was why Zigram did not approach you earlier. We had no idea who you were, or if we wanted to do business with you. Of course, that has all changed now, Lord Revan. I'm glad you've seen the light. The light? A fine jest, though it contains a crystal of truth. We have allied with you in this conflict, and we trust you will remember us once victory is yours, Revan. Fair enough. There was more to do with that guy if you went forward with the spice thing. That won't want to spoil stuff if you don't want. I don't think I'll be doing another playthrough of this game on stream, at least not in the near future. So if it's stuff that's been permanently cut off and it's not going to have any impact on my playthrough going forwards, then I don't mind. What kinds of things do you have for sale? Yes, let's get right to business. I carry only the rarest of items. Expensive, yes, but worth every credit. Weapon, armor, equipment, I carry a little of everything. The previous owners of the Ebon Hawk would often resell the items they purchased, but in your case, I imagine you might find more than a few of them quite useful against your own apprentice. Let me see your premium items. Yes, of course, I'm sure you'll find my selection to be very interesting. Ooh, yes. I'm not sure I want to buy them immediately, but those life support packs could be very useful. Pretty good. I think the gentleman on Yavin, I've forgotten the name of, had better equipment, if I recall correctly. But this isn't bad. Oh, if only I could afford it. A working prototype of a huge technological advancement in power gauntlets. The Dominators give the user unparalleled strength and power. Oh, I've got to admit, there is some good stuff here. Pazak plus or minus 1. Yeah, I love that. Gotcha. Well, if you do the spicing, he gives you another job to deliver a mysterious box he says not to open. If you open it anyway, there is a reference to The Hobbit where you have a riddle contest after getting sucked into the box and find the prisoner in it. Oh my goodness. That is very interesting. As for you on my way, Sentient, my ship leaves very soon.
You own the Ebon Hawk, don't you? Wish I could fly a bird like that.
Greetings, Sentient. Are you willing to engage in a hand of Pazak? I'm afraid there are a few takers on Korriban. It would be good to have a little fun for once. Who are you? I'm known as Tol Apkar. If you must know, I'm quite proficient at Pazak. I would not wish to begin a game under false pretenses. Let's play. Excellent, let's begin. Only 100 credit wager. Okie doke. I want to remove a card and replace it with another plus or minus 1. I think I've got more. Why does that say +1 even though it's a dual card, whereas that one says plus or minus 1 and it's a dual card? What happens if I remove that and put it back? It changes. Huh, that looks like a little bug. Anyway, let's get into it. Oh, that wasn't a very lucky draw. Never mind, we'll do our best. $20. Blast. I think I even though we tied twice, I still think I did better out of those than he did, because I gave up 2 straightforward plus cards, which aren't as valuable as the plus or minuses he gave up. Obviously, I don't know what his other 2 cards are, but that may have equalised an advantage he had at the start. An advantage in just having a better hand than I did. We'll see. The game always makes you draw first, which means you're always at a disadvantage. Yes, I've noticed that. Well, that's 1 set to me, but he's ahead on hand cards. He has more options than I do. I mean, that's a bit of luck. That was interesting. Did he have a 16, a 17 and a 19, I think? And at no point he used a card from his hand? Or was it a 15, a 17 and a 19? I think I was right the first time. 29. Well, that was just bad luck. He happened to draw a 10 then. I think... Oh, but I already had 20, so that doesn't tell us a huge amount. If I had 19 or 18, that would have told us a lot more. Because he would have known he had to get exactly 20. So if it was 14, 15, 17 and 19, as I thought, that means he doesn't have a 1, a 3, a 5 or a 6. So he probably has plus or minus 4 and or plus or minus 2. Bit of luck again. Oh, poor fellow. We'll never know. We'll never know what he had in his hand. A lucky hand. I'll try a little harder next time if I'm going to beat you, and I will. I'm quite sure. Shall we try again? I have to admit, he is actually right in that case. That was... well, it wasn't my hand that was lucky, but the cards I drew were genuinely lucky. Let's play. Excellent. I'll give him a chance to win back his money. We'll do one more. Yep, I'm happy with that side deck. A better hand to have drawn. Oh blimey! I'm quite a lot behind on value, which notionally gives me an advantage. Plus, knowing what he's stood on. I guess I have to give up my 1 at this point. But still, that's a set to me. Yes, I think I will. I'll stand on 19. Interesting, he chose to draw. He gave up a card and chose to draw. That's probably what I would have done in his position, to be fair. Oh, that was just bad luck on his part. That means he doesn't have a card that can be played as negative, so a negative card or a plus or minus card, with a value of 4 or greater. Interesting. I think my best bet here is to draw another card, and if I go over, use one of these as a negative. If I was... Actually, no, that works perfectly, because if I got a 10, I could always use -6, it would get me back down to 20. So I can't permanently go over, or I can't go over such that I couldn't correct it drawing one more card. Well, that works out. And as we can see, he didn't even have a -3. A lucky hand. I'll try a little harder next time if I'm going to beat you, and I will, I'm quite sure. I was a little lucky that time, but nowhere near as lucky as last time. Sorry, not interested right now. Come back anytime, Sentient. I'm always willing to play. Easy clap. Yes. There definitely was luck involved, though.
I've had 2 friends killed by the Sith already. It must be some kind of test. I'll survive and make it into the Academy. I know it.
What do you want?
Who are you?
I'm trying to get into the Sith Academy. Around here they call us hopefuls.
Why would you want to get into the, Why not join the Jedi?
After the Sith conquer the galaxy, there aren't going to be any more Jedi, are there? I guess I'd rather join the winning side.
Why would you want to get into the Academy, or how does someone... Wait a minute, Revan and Malak have been to the star map, and we know before they've set up defences and so on. They probably built the Academy on top of the location of the star map, and it's probably in some sort of vault. How does someone get into the Academy?
I wish I knew, to tell you the truth. You have to impress one of the Sith, I guess. Either way, it's Yuthura Ban who makes the final decision.
Yuthura Ban.
Twi'lek Sith Master, I hear. Very high rank. She's the one who decides which hopefuls make it in and which ones don't.
Twi'lek Sith Master at Sith Academy. Where is this Yuthura Ban?
I really couldn't say. I hear that sometimes she comes out into the colony to drink at the cantina, though. But I guess she could be anywhere.
I'll be on my way.
Alright. Goodbye.
She seemed nice for a prospective Sith. Well, I don't see her there. Wow. Quite the desolate place. Beep, 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 boop.
I cannot render assistance, citizen. Move along.
Do you mind? Prospective Sith student. Is that all there is on this planet? Just the Academy and the hangar area? Sith Academy Dash Day. Looks like it. I don't think I missed anywhere significant in there. Might have done.
You'll get your turn soon enough, fool. And when you do, I will be there, laughing as you collapse from heat exhaustion and Meagle's beatings.
Oh, I didn't miss anything. Thank you for letting me know.
Please, don't hurt me. I am too weak with hunger.
I have to stand at attention. Please, don't distract me, whoever you are. What are you doing? I'm trying to prove my worth to enter the Sith Academy here. We were told that if we stood here long enough, we would be worthy.
Seems like not much to do to be worthy of anything. How long you been up to it, boy?
We've been here for so many days. I'm so hungry. Some of us have died, but I must be strong. I must. I will keep standing. Who put you up to this? Mekl! He's the Sith, the one watching us from over there. He said this was how we would prove our worth. I must be strong. Strong. Mekl will find me worthy soon, I hope. Threat hazing. Yes. Except I don't think this is even hazing, because I don't think they've got any chance of being accepted. This is just Sith sadism.
Is there something specific you wanted?
Are you Mekl?
And what if I am?
Why are you making those men stand there?
That is the whole point. Personally, I think it's wonderful fun. Those fools actually think that if they stand there long enough, I'll let them become a Sith. Idiots. Sith is not a bantha, all endurance and no brains. A Sith would fight for his life, no matter the odds. If these rot grubs are as stupid as they seem, then they deserve their fate.
Then I demand you stop this at once.
You demand? Why would I listen to you? I'll do as I please. And if watching these fools starve themselves amuses me, that's what I'll do.
Why not just shoot them where they stand? It would at least be more direct.
It is a bit boring standing out here all day, however. I think I'll go for some dinner. It will be fun to think of them while I gorge myself. They'll still be here in an hour or two, surely. I suggest you run along before I decide to make you part of the fun.
I think this could be really interesting, doing this part of the game after being revealed as Revan, since there is a strong argument that I am actually the highest ranking person here. You were talking to Mekl. I saw you. What did he... Where did he go? Did he tell you I was worthy? Why is this a persuade option? Mekl is tricking you. He'll never let you into the academy. You're wrong. I must wait here to be worthy. You are trying to trick me. So you will be chosen. But I... Go now. Tempt me no more. I will be strong.
Leave me be. I won't listen to your manipulations. I will make it into the academy. Just a few hours longer. Just a few hours, surely.
I do think this is the best one to do after the reveal, especially on your first run. Fun stuff like where you could just tell that lady you're Revan and she just laughs.
You are neither a Sith, nor do you bear the medallion of a student of this facility. Please, leave at once.
I'm Darth Revan. I was Lord of the Sith. Let me in.
I see. And who might your friends be?
It's obvious you don't believe me, but I really am Darth Revan.
On your way, citizen. You are neither a Sith.
You will let me inside.
I have been conditioned to resist mental persuasion, citizen. Please, do not attempt that. I see. On your...
I wish I had higher persuasion.
You are neither... I see. On...
How do I... Am I not allowed to attack? I don't think I am allowed to attack. I feel like that would be the appropriate response, though.
You are neither a...
What's this medallion you mention?
It is the device given to one who has been accepted into the academy, but has not yet proved their worth as a student. If one of the Sith decides you are worthy, you will be given one, which you must then take to Yothora Ban, who I believe is in the cantina. It is she who decides which hopefuls enter the academy. I have been... On your...
blast. You have heard that when a Sith accepts a hopeful as worthy, they are given a medallion, which must then be presented to Yurtha Ban, the Sith Master, who decides which hopefuls enter the Academy. She can sometimes be found in the colonist cantina. You should probably check to see if she has returned to the cantina. That looks like her.
Is there something you need, Jedi? Make it good, for I have little patience.
Are you Yurtha Ban?
I am. Obviously, you have been told of me. Is it your desire, then, to train at the Academy? Do you wish to become a Sith human?
And what if I said I was already a Sith?
I would consider that an amusing ploy to try and enter the Academy. Why? Who will you claim to be? Darth Malak himself?
What about Darth Revan?
What about Revan? Revan is dead. You may have a natural gift with the Force, human, but you've no gift for lies.
I see. How about joining you?
You've heard enough, have you? So what is it to be? Are you here to be a Sith or not?
Oh, I really wish this would let me play this more aggressively. There's no reason I should have much patience with the Sith. But the fact you can tell everyone here you're Revan makes this planet so much better. Yeah, I wish that this was actually a legitimate... I wish there was more of this. I wish you could make more use of this, though. So far it just seems like they put a lot of special dialogue in so that people can... as a sort of Easter egg. I wish this was an alternate path, which only players that had already been revealed to be Revan had access to. No, I'm not interested.
No? Why might that be? There is something odd about you, human, that I cannot place. Obviously, you're a Jedi. One who is very strong in the Force, it seems. So were you a part of the Order for very long? Did they train you?
Yes, but only very little.
As I thought. How interesting that they would let one with such power out of their grasp. Or are you here to spy on us? For all the good it would do. With that kind of power, you could become a great Sith. Perhaps, if I let you. Does that interest you?
Again? I suppose that would interest me, yes.
A strange response indeed. Is your mind maladjusted in some way? You should make for an interesting pupil indeed. I will take you to the Academy, and we shall see if you are ready to join the ranks of the Sith. I have only one other question. These companions of yours, they will not be coming with you, I presume?
They're slaves, don't worry about them.
My hearing's not so good. I'm just pleased my nice master doesn't beat me so much anymore. Yes, sir.
There's something odd about this servant of yours. No matter. Make sure they don't disturb your training or cause trouble. You are responsible for them. Now, are you ready to go to the Academy?
Yes, I am.
Then let us leave. The Master of the Academy awaits you.
Greetings, prospective students. It appears we have a late entry. Who do you bring before me, Uthura? A young human bristling with the Force?
A human that has had some training, it seems, Master Uthar. Very promising, I think.
Promising? That one's not worthy to lick spit off your shoes, Master.
That I'll judge for myself, thank you. Tell me, human, what do you know of the ways of the Sith? What preconceptions has your mind been polluted with?
I know more about the Sith than you. I've just forgotten.
Indeed. Then perhaps you would care to demonstrate for us the powers of a Sith Master. No? Then perhaps you shall keep your foolishness to yourself and actually learn something. The Jedi equate the light with goodness and strength, and the dark with weakness and evil. That is their tradition, and it is truly no surprise that they cling to it for comfort. We, however, do not treat the Force as a burden. We treat it as a gift, a thing to be celebrated. We use it to acquire power over others. And why should we not? Because the Jedi say we should not. We are as the Force is meant to be. The Jedi would hide that from you. They would tell you the dark side is too quick, too easy, all so that they need never challenge the passions that lie within them. Joining with us means realizing your true potential. It means not stifling yourself solely for the sake of hidebound shamans and their antiquated notion of order. Be what you were meant to be. What say you, Lasho? Are you ready to learn the secrets of the dark side? Dare you?
I dare, Master Uthar. I am ready.
Brash and fiery, as expected. Turn that passion to your advantage, child. What of you, Meekle? Are you ready?
I am, Master. More than ready.
I sense much anger within you, young one. That is good. That will provide you power. And Shardan, what of you?
I am always ready.
I see. You had best gather your wits for the trial ahead, boy, or you will not last. And you, young human, does this interest you? Are you ready to learn more of what I speak?
I'm ready to learn more.
Are you? I can see into your heart, young human, and I see the dark kernel that is there. If it is ready to sprout, remains to be seen. Now then, all of you 5 recruits have shown a degree of facility with the Force. You all have the potential to become true Sith. Only one of you, however, will succeed. The one who succeeds will be admitted to the Academy as a full Sith. All others must wait until next year and try again, if you survive. My pupil, Euthura, shall be your teacher and master while you attempt to prove yourselves. Heed her words.
As Master Uthar said, none of you are true Sith yet. For that to occur, one of you must do enough of worth, gain enough prestige, to be selected. What is an act of worth? You must learn that for yourselves. Remember that you are competitors here. Fight for your destiny, or go home.
If you wish to gain a lead over your competitors, the first of you to learn the code of the Sith and tell me of it will be rewarded. The rest is for you to discover. Welcome to the dark side, my children. Your one chance at true greatness lies here.
Right, let's find that star map. You have managed to enter the Sith Academy as a hopeful, vying with several others to become the one who will be finally admitted as a full Sith. In order to do so, you must prove your worth to Master Uthar Wynn by gaining prestige. More information can be gained by speaking to your instructor, Euthura. To think I could have ended up here immediately after Dantooine. Huh. Interesting. They just gave me 150 credits. Oh, that was nice of them.
Ah, there you are. My favorite prospect for the year.
Also, I really doubt they're only training one new Sith per year. That, at the rate they must be losing them, that is ridiculous. Yeah, there's an interesting trade-off where they give you so much freedom where you go, but then it's harder to balance progression. Oh, I see what you mean, yes, because you could easily end up... you could accidentally end up doing parts of the game that are much harder before you're ready, or you could end up taking a very easy path. I assumed, perhaps wrongly, that the game was in the background doing something like balancing the content based on which planet I visited in which order or something like that, but perhaps they're not. Your favourite prospect?
Absolutely. By my estimation, you are far more likely to achieve the prestige necessary to join the Sith than any of the others. As a matter of fact, I am so certain of that I'm willing to offer you an opportunity of the once-in-a-lifetime variety. Would you like to hear it?
Absolutely.
Good. I do so adore someone who's willing to take a chance. As I said, you're no doubt going to be the one whom Uthar chooses to become a Sith. With my help, of course. Once that occurs, he will take you into the Valley of the Dark Lords to the tomb of Naga Sado to administer the final test. There you and I will be alone with him. The perfect time to, shall we say, arrange for a change in the Academy's leadership.
What's so important about this tomb?
The tomb is an ancient ruin on the surface that was visited years ago by Darth Revan and Darth Malak. They discovered a star map there of great importance.
You don't say. Well, the Master loves tombs, don't you, Master?
Reaching that map, as they did, is part of the final test. At any rate, it is not the tomb that is important. That Uthar will be alone is what is important.
You want me to kill Master Uthar?
Is that such a daunting prospect? It is not as if I am asking you to perform the task alone, or as if you will get nothing out of it.
I'll do it alone.
Master Uthar cannot prevail against us both. That's all there is to it. It is a very simple matter.
Pupil against Master. Sounds familiar.
And so it should. It is central to our beliefs. It is my responsibility to replace my master when I am strong enough.
Very well, I agree.
I'm so glad you see it my way. I will begin to make preparations for your final test. Your only worry now is to get there. Don't disappoint me.
I'll be going now.
You have much to do.
Does she really not think that I will just turn on her? I mean, from my point of view, this is a amazing opportunity, because my enemy will fight itself and then I finish off the victor. Divide and conquer. I mean, I would give either of them the opportunity to turn to the light side if the game allows me. But I don't expect they'd accept.
Oh, hello. I don't remember seeing you here before. My name is Kel Alguin.
Well, he's not going to make it, is he? Is something wrong?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Yes, my master always says I'm too trusting, too willing to show weakness. You're a Sith, so I really shouldn't, you know.
But I'm not a Sith yet.
Oh, I know that. I mean, you aren't yet, but you intend to be. I mean, you're just like everyone else here.
And you're not?
Well, I didn't mean it like that.
Well, how do you mean it then?
I shouldn't trust you. I can't trust you. Can I?
You want to trust me?
I just don't feel I belong here. I thought maybe I did at first, but now I don't know. I have so many doubts.
If it doesn't feel right, then perhaps you don't belong here.
But where would I go then? What would I do?
Have you thought about the Jedi?
I don't know. I never really thought about it. Maybe I should seek it out, give it a try. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, that went well. Unfortunately, that won't have increased my prestige, but I'm going to put doing the right thing above prestige. RIP Tatooine, though. That is a good point. I haven't actually been back there to check if it has been destroyed. I was just told it had been destroyed. But yeah, if he doesn't know, he may be in for a bit of a surprise.
It's a bad year to try and become a Sith, you know. I've got it all wrapped up.
I remember you. Meckle, right?
That's right. You might as well just go home, you know. There can only be one Sith this year, and that's me.
You better change your tone with me. I'm Darth Revan.
Funny. Say that after I'm a full Sith, and I'll ground your face into the dirt just for fun.
I do wish there was more I could do with this.
I remember you from the colony. You seem all right, though you'll not win the right to train before me.
Who are you? Oh, I challenged you to a duel.
A duel? Fine. You run along and get ready while I go gain some prestige. Idiot. I remember you from the colony.
She's scared. Who are you?
You don't remember? My name is Lasho. We met in the colony ever so briefly. Do run along. You have a long way to catch up, after all.
I'm amazed, this being the Sith, that I can't just cut them all down and say, well, I'm the last one.
Woohoo! If it isn't the freak from the colony. Hello, freak.
Who are you?
Shardan's the name. Don't forget it. You'll have me to thank when you get kicked out of here.
Shardan. Lasho. I'll have to go back and check the other name. You want to make an issue out of it?
And go into the dueling room? I've got better things to do than give you a fair fight. You can count on seeing me later, though. My lightsaber has your name on it.
Meckle, what was it? Meckle. Sith Hopeful. And I've forgotten the name of the person that I persuaded to just leave. Interesting.
Greetings, young one. You have much to do yet. You have gained little prestige. You will have to work quickly if you hope to best the others.
How do I gain prestige?
Oh, it is no more complicated than I said. Perform impressive deeds, or bring me a suitably valuable artifact from the Valley of the Dark Lords. Really, however, you should seek out Euthura and get her advice. She is your trainer, after all, yes?
Where is this valley?
There is an exit that leads to the surface of the planet. The valley is only a short trip from there. It is not difficult to find.
I want to know some more about you.
You wish to know more about me, do you? And why would I indulge your idle curiosity? Will we be good friends, you think? I strived many years to hone my power, until I was able to drive out my predecessor and rule the Academy. If you are smart, you will aim to do the same, or better. There is nothing else you need to know. Do not ask again, young one.
I'll be on my way.
Indeed. You have much to do yet.
Under the circumstances, he was... I feel like that was a very measured response for a Sith. From what we've seen of them so far, anyway. So we'll go to the valley, I think. That sounds like the easiest way to get things done. Let's stop him from doing
Sorry,
that.
I don't have time to speak. My training waits.
Apparently that's not a thing. That's a shame. Slice the console. Attempt to open all cages and free the prisoners. Shame I don't have the spikes for it. Back into the Academy's data files. Recent scans indicate rebel students may be hidden within Chirac Caverns, nearest entrance in south path to Valley of the Dark Lords, investigating at earliest possibility. That's good to know. That was worthwhile. Renegade Sith. You have been told about some Renegade Sith students who disobeyed a direct order given by Master Ulthar to execute civilians. It is known they have not left Korriban and are probably in hiding. Anyone who could eliminate them would likely gain favour with Master Ulthar for the deed. Well, I won't be doing that. So let's find this artifact. I take it there's nothing in this direction worth looking at. Oh, maybe. Oh, a few named NPCs here. Greetings, student. That was clearly an alien language he was speaking. I see no reason why a human couldn't speak an alien language. Clearly we do, but that seemed odd. I'm no student, I'm Darth Revan. Darth Revan? Remarkable, considering Lord Revan was killed. If this is a joke, student, it is one I do not understand at all. The Sith aren't big on such jokes, human. You would do well to remember that. Now, if your sorry attempt at humour is over, is there anything else you need? Who are you? My name is Adrenas. I am the Chamberlain of the Academy. Generally, I look after maintenance and supply here. Chamberlain of Sith Academy. So you aren't a Sith? No, not truly. I serve the Sith, but I do not study and train in the Force as you do. Can I ask you some questions? You're one of the hopefuls who look to gain prestige, yes? I'm afraid there's little that I could help you with. I'm sure you'd prefer to speak to one of the students here, or perhaps the trainers. How come you don't speak Galactic Basic? Galactic Basic is the language of the Republic, but I come from a world beyond the edges of the Republic's base. There, the Twi'lek language of interstellar trade and commerce is the most common dialect. I can speak your language, but my accent is still very pronounced. Some of the Academy would mock me for this, and I'm not eager to become the subject of ridicule. There are many humans here who come from worlds beyond Republic space. You seem to be more sympathetic to the Sith cause. Some of them are even training in the Academy, unlike me. I have to go. If you wish, good luck with your training. I like that. I like that idea for a character. Greetings, fellow student. Are you planning on going to the Valley of the Dark Lords? I'm headed there soon myself. Oh, how do I get to this valley? I know that. What can you tell me about the valley? There are 4 tombs that have been uncovered so far, each holding the remains of a Sith Lord from a time long ago when the Sith were first on Korriban. We have found evidence that there were larger structures underground, a veritable ancient fortress, but it appears to have been destroyed. The tombs are all that remain intact. Currently we're allowed to access only to 3 tombs. The one furthest to the left may only be entered by Master Uthar and those he brings with him. Fortunately, there is still much else for us to find. I'm pleased that you have joined us. Anything I should be watchful for? Yes, indeed. Shortly before entering the valley, you will pass by a cave entrance. Do not enter it. It is full of dangerous creatures we call Shirak. The only other danger to speak of is Tuk-Ata. There are guards that will protect you if you remain in the south part of the valley, however. What are these Shirak? What are these Tuaka? Shirak? Tuk-Ata. Isn't this the planet where that great beast is supposed to be that killed 3 Jedi? The Force, the creature that hunts Force-sensitive creatures, I think it was. Flying creatures lay webs in their tunnels. Their webs can only be burned or moved by explosives, I believe. Best to avoid them. Flying webbers. Explosives destroy the webs. Tarentotech. Yes, that was it. Tarentotech. Sad face. What are these Tuk-Ata? Local beasts that hunt in packs and are not at all afraid of attacking students or even on patrols. They've proven to be a hindrance to our progress. Several attempts have been made to destroy their nests in the tombs, but their numbers have proven too great. Dangerous animals that nest. I've forgotten if I asked who are you. I'm known as Tariga, a student here at the Academy. It's my pleasure to be assigned to the Sith ruins to study their past and unearth new relics. Sith student. I'll be going. I wish you well, fellow student.
Huh. Another hopeful wandering about the Academy. I suppose you want to know how to get prestige.
Who might you be?
I'm one of the Academy trainers, of course. You'd do well to watch your tone with me, hopeful. I'll be one of your instructors when and if you reach your final test.
Final test?
Oh yes. You gather prestige to earn the opportunity to take the final test. You don't automatically become a student. You'll see.
I have to go.
May the Force serve you well.
Right, sounds like the best way... Yes. Wait, who's that? Sith student, okay. Sounds like the best way for us to go to the valley. Oh, that's convenient. I don't even have to go above ground. Sounds like the best way to gain the level of prestige I'm supposed to is probably to sneak my way into Uthar Wynn's study, which I think was down here, and hope I find a key to the 4th tomb. And then I can take an artifact from there and return it. He might be upset with me, but we'll worry about that when we reach that point. Blast. The computer system. I'm not sure I have enough computer spikes, that's the only problem. I don't know if I can buy any computer spikes on this planet. Presumably there's someone I can go to. I must remember to stock up on computer spikes before we leave Korriban, if I'm able to, because there's a good chance we'll be intercepted again. Well, that was pointless. And I can only imagine I may need computer spikes. For accomplishing things during the end game, whatever that's going to be.
Greetings, young one. You have much to do yet. You have gained little prestige. You will have to work quickly if you hope to best the others.
I'll be on my way.
Indeed.
Blast, okay. It doesn't look like I am going to be able to break into his room to... That's not the way I meant to go. To acquire some sort of key. We'll go back and check once more, I suppose. Yeah, it just says it's locked, doesn't it? What if we have... Mission, take a look at it. There is a way to break in without leaving the outside area. A slight spoiler, but thank you for the tip. Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Simple.
I'm here.
Yes, unless I directly ask, I'd prefer not to have spoilers like that, but no worries, I appreciate you meant well.
Huh? Gotcha. Simple.
None of that is useful.
What?
No worries. The only item that might work is a Sith mask. That could be a key. But I might not need it. That's the thing. Oh my goodness, look at the background. Blimey. Forgotten, where was I going to put my points? The game recommends stasis. That was it. I mustn't go up to stasis field because Navarra is a tank and she wears armor. Wasn't there something I specifically wanted to do when I leveled her? Okay, force resistance and force immunity is no good. Because she uses armor. It probably was force resistance and force immunity that I was thinking of grabbing. So yeah, we'll go with stasis, I guess. I guess I'll double check. Most of this isn't useful though, because she uses armor. That'll do. Question is, do I take the Sith mask? I did use mission to break in. I take it I don't have a Sith mask already. I assume this is actually a reasonably unique item. Well, actually didn't realise you could. That was only T3. I thought it was only T3. Interesting. What is her security? Her security is a 19, which actually isn't that high. I do wish there was a search function here. This is a small identification card marking you as a student within the Sith monastery on Korriban. Will allow you to come and go as you wish. So the downside, I'm thinking, is if I take this and I don't need it, it could make things very difficult. Because if he discovers that someone's stolen from him and suspects it's me, that might mess up the tests. And the question then becomes, if he attacks me and I win, can I still complete the rest of the game? See, if there was something here like a key, a data pad, a pass card, something like that, I would have just taken it. Loot equals loot. Actually, I haven't been looting all the time. I've been holding back. Well, we have reason to believe we can get back in here. The only way that would fail is if the developers had actually programmed it so that the game detects if the door's open when I leave, and when I come back it's been locked more properly. Do I want to risk it? I'll take it. I really am on the fence about this, but I'll take it. If things go south, hopefully I'll still be able... Interesting. Hopefully I'll still be able to take a more direct way through. Maybe I should start saving in a different slot though, just in case. I mean, if it just ends up being bad for me, of course I won't reload, but if it ends up meaning that the game isn't finishable, which I'd be surprised, but if that were the case then I would have no choice but to go back. Oh, aren't they adorable? I get the feeling this section was designed for a much lower level character. There we go. Quick heal. And we're ready. Oh, that'll be the caves where we were told not to go because of the Chirac, but which we suspect there are Jedi hiding here. Ominous. Oh, was it not the Chirac? Maybe it was the other one. The Tukata. One or the other. Blimey. Quite a branching little cave, isn't it? Sith corpse, interesting. I don't see a datapad on them though. Now I wonder if this turns around and goes back to the branch we didn't take before. Oh my goodness. Quite a lot of cave to map, by the looks of things. I should check whether Mission can use rifles actually. I've forgotten if she's leveled as such. Probably not, thinking about it. Rifles are sufficiently better that that's worth double checking. Features. Sneak attack. Lots of sneak attack, goodness. Blaster pistol. She can use rifles and just as well as pistols. Why do I have her using just a basic... Actually, that's a pretty good pistol, to be fair. Do we have any rifles that are better? The Mandalorian assault rifle might be better. Let's check it against this again. No, I think this is better because it's got the... Admittedly, its threat range isn't as good, but it gets a straight up +2 physical. No, fair enough, she does have a pretty formidable weapon. I must remember next time I go to a workbench to do what I can to improve our... weapons and armor. Hello, Tony. It's lovely to see you. Things are going quite well. Well, Bastilla's gone. Probably turned to the dark side.
Not this again!
Oh, and I'm at the Sith Academy. Notionally, the Sith think they're training me. I take it work was alright? If you don't mind my asking anyway. Right, that's the way I came in, wasn't it? Did you flirt with Bastilla? I mean Karth. Not flirt, no. I wasn't aware flirting with Karth or Bastilla was an option.
Yeah?
What?
Ah, here they
Hold it
are.
right there, whoever you are. We're not going back to the academy. We'll kill you rather than go back.
I'm not here to bring you back.
So what is it then? If you're not here to kill us or bring us back, why are you here? Speak up!
You're the renegade students? The ones who ran away?
So you have heard about us. Yes, we ran away before Master Uthar could execute us. Is that so hard to believe? My name is Thalia May. The others here and myself refused to murder a bunch of people on a whim from Master Uthar. So here we are. We thought that becoming a Sith was what we always wanted, but that wasn't true. Now all we want is to get out of here. Fair enough?
Thalia May, leader of Sith renegades. Maybe I can help you.
Help us? Why should I believe that this isn't some kind of trick?
Oh, blimey. Writing a sermon. I'm glad it went well there. Give me a chance. I'll prove it to you.
You want to help us?
I can't believe
All
that
right, I can
worked.
think of a way. We're stuck in these caves, obviously, or we would have been long gone. There's a passage to the surface through the caves, but we're blocked by some kind of large creature. We can't defeat it. If you could kill it and clear up the passageway for us, we could escape. That would be help enough. Can you do that?
No worries, Quafancy. Also, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly or not. But thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Could you clear up the passageway for us? Sorry, if you could kill it and clear up the passageway for us, we could escape. That would be help enough. Can you do it? I can try.
I'll believe that when I see it. But if you could, we would be grateful.
Okie dokie. I must admit, I've forgotten what they asked me to actually take care of. Blocked by some type of creature. Oh, I hope that's not the... Just a second. Torrent attack.
What?
That's not quite what I had in mind, mission, but you do you.
What?
A youth minister, goodness. Do you find it rewarding? If you don't mind my asking. That is the torrent attack. Okay. That from what I've been told about those things, that is going to be some sort of mega boss. We are not to take it lightly. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Ow. How dare you. It's immune, okay? I was expecting a lot worse. Given that this thing apparently destroyed the... What was it, the 3... No, it didn't kill all 3 Jedi Masters that came after it, did it? But it saw them off, didn't it? Perhaps I'm getting my lore mixed up. No sign of these tombs yet that I've been told to expect.
Let's see what you got.
I love it most of the time. It's a whole lot of pressure, and it's a lot because I'm by and dealing with that in the church is new and a battle right now, but it's the best job ever also. Goodness. So I imagine you have to deal with a fair amount of church politics then as well. Still, it's good to know that you get a lot out of it. Queldroma robes, interesting. Duron's journal. The force is strong in the Queldroma blood, and many of the family have joined the Jedi Order over the centuries. These robes were created as a gift for Queldroma during the war against Exar Kun, and it is said that only one who truly walks the path of the light can wear them. Kay himself wore the robes in the duel against Ulic Queldroma, his brother who had fallen to the dark side. Kay was slain in battle, but his death at his brother's hand eventually led to Ulic's redemption. These powerful robes then passed down to Duron Quildroma, Kay's cousin, when he joined the Jedi, but Duron disappeared shortly after the time of the Great Hunt, and the robes were lost with him. Yes, I think that's the ones we heard about much earlier on in the game. Immunity mind affecting, that's pretty good. Weapon focused lightsaber? Regeneration force points 1, that's pretty good. This mask blocks outside mental influence and other sensory noise, allowing the user to focus their abilities inward with no restriction. And it doesn't appear to be dark side only. That's pretty amazing. Very much so. I get to help kids and help them feel loved by God, help them love others and love themselves. It's awesome. This datapad appears to be the personal journal of the Jedi Duron Quildroma. The last entry reveals what he was doing on this world. Korriban is everything I imagined and feared. I can feel the power of the dark side here. I can sense a Terrantech hiding in this evil place. Shayla and I have decided to venture forth into the Valley of the Sith Lords in search of the creatures. I only wish Gun Han was still with us. Why couldn't he just accept that Shayla and I are in love? He claims our passion for each other will lead us down the dark side, but he can't even see how his own pride and arrogance are leading him away from the light. Maybe it is good that he left after all. Even as dangerous as the Terrantech are, I'm certain Shayla and I can defeat one without his help. Yeah. Poor fellow. Immunity critical hits, that's nice. Long-term domination by the Sith has erased the memory of the Massassi rituals for which his armor was designed, but it retained its effectiveness on the battlefield regardless. The cave exit leaves the inhospitable surface of the planet. There is nothing for you to see there. Okay, fair enough. Oh, of course I won't see any tombs here, because this was this cave off to the side. I was being foolish. I was told about this. This is a separate cave where the renegades were. I read about this. This is a completely separate site to the tombs, which were further down the path that I turned off of. Right, so make it back to the renegades and let them know. I have actually forgotten whereabouts in the cave they were, but this shouldn't take long.
So, is there news? Is the passageway clear?
It's clear. You're free to go.
It's clear? We can go. Thank you. I wasn't expecting help from anyone in the Academy. I guess we aren't the only ones who don't agree with everything. Maybe the Jedi will accept us. I've seen how evil the dark side is. Maybe I could try. At any rate, thank you again. You've saved our lives.
Goodness. Why so many screams in the background? Perhaps that's just supposed to be the wind. The implication being that the wind in this dark place makes the same noises as people screaming. Right. Onwards. Dak Vesser.
Greetings. I don't think I've seen you at the Academy before. Here to investigate the ruins.
Who are you?
My name's Dak Vesser. I'm assigned to the Valley Ruins, as you can see. We've been painstakingly uncovering these tombs for many months now. Master Uthar won't allow us to dig with lasers or sonics. We have to use hand tools only, so we don't accidentally destroy anything we run across. That makes progress very slow, however.
Interesting. I mean, that's the right thing to do, by the sounds of things, but doesn't seem very Sith. I suppose it really is more about just doing what you want, as opposed to doing the most direct and reckless course available. What can you tell me about these ruins?
Well, it seems that the Sith once inhabited Korriban a long time ago. There was a fortress here that was destroyed at some point before the Sith abandoned the planet completely. Why they left, we don't know. Perhaps the Jedi drove them off. The tombs in this valley are the only parts of the fortress we found mostly intact.
Made any unusual findings?
Some. Most of the interesting stuff is still in the tombs, but Master Uthar prefers to leave them to be explored by the students as a challenge. In time, they will probably become safe enough for us to enter. Until that time, however, we're stuck to digging up the valley piece by piece.
The tombs are dangerous?
Definitely dangerous. Most of the students that go inside them don't come back out. Master Uthar prefers it that way.
Have you heard about the star map being found here? To be fair, it was one of the individuals at the Academy that told us about that, wasn't it? I think it was our notional master, Uthara. So it's not like it's a secret.
A star map? No, I haven't heard anything about that. Something like that could be in Nagasato's tomb, I suppose. That tomb's off limits to the students.
Nagasato's tomb?
It's the second tomb on the left when you enter the valley. Nagasato was the leader of the old Sith Masters here, we think. Darth Malak found something in there a while back, however, and ever since then only Master Uthar can enter it.
What did he find? Do you know?
No. A lot of the discoveries are kept secret, even from the students. I only heard that Darth Malak found something there by rumor, to be honest.
I have to go.
All right, just be careful if you head into any of those tombs.
Oh, I will. Gallon Law.
Oh, hello to you. You're new to the Academy, aren't you? I can't say we've ever met.
His voice also reminds me a bit of Neelix from Voyager. Who are you?
Galen Lore, at your service. Aren't these tombs fascinating? We had no idea the Sith were here so long ago.
Why? Aren't there records?
Not from this far back. Or at least what records do exist are sketchy at best. These ruins date back to a period when the Sith were first formed, before their exile into the far reaches of space. It's quite fascinating.
What are you doing here?
I've been working on a translation of some of the runes by this tomb. I'm quite excited. This may very well be the tomb of Ajunta Paul.
Who is Ajunta Paul?
Ajunta Paul was one of the first of the great Sith Lords. He rebelled against his Jedi Masters and led the way for the rest of us that followed. These runes claim that he was interred here, and I wonder if his sword might not be here as well.
Early Sith Lord. His sword?
According to legend, Ajunta Paul created a sword of terrible power. Someone who located it could gain considerable prestige.
Okie dokie. Hasn't any effort been made to recover it?
Well, a few of the bolder students have tried. They did not return. As I understand it, the tombs are quite dangerous.
What makes the tomb so dangerous?
From what I've been told, the tombs have old traps and machines that are still active. They were designed to keep out intruders when they were made, and still do. I suppose if the Academy wanted to make a concerted effort, the tomb would be opened. But I think Master Uthar prefers to keep it as a challenge for the students.
What do you know about the sword's powers?
Nothing at all. The legends don't say anything about it. It may have had powers only for Ajanta alone.
Do they mean a lightsaber or some other type of sword, like a physical sword, made of metal? Why don't you go in then?
No, these tombs are certainly not harmless. Don't think that. The sword may be tempting, but I'm not about to risk my life to find it.
I've got to be going.
Of course. Don't let me keep you from your business.
Well, that helps. Is that a different tomb? Oh, yes, that must be all 4 tombs. Was it the first on the left that we're banned from?
You should be careful if you're planning on entering this tomb. It's dangerous.
Why? What do you know about it? Oh, they're all dangerous.
Maybe so. But this one more than most, I think. There's an assassin droid in there, so Master Uthar says. It went insane and is holed up in there with a whole army of droids protecting it.
Ooh. Sounds like fun. Where did it get all these droids?
No idea. I think it's building them in there.
The droid went insane, you say?
Seems that way. They say that its audio receptors became too sensitive and all the noise drove the droid nuts. If you're planning on going in, I suggest you use some sound suppressors or something, or you'll probably become a target right away.
That can be arranged. Are you going inside?
I don't think so. I can manipulate minds and living matter, but that won't be much use against droids, will it? I've had a few friends go inside that haven't come out for a while now. I doubt I could do any better than they could.
Thanks, I'll be going.
Sure thing. Good luck.
By sound suppression, I think they mean something that helps guard you against sonic damage, which I might already have. Yes. But don't I have some armor that's even better than that? Specifically for sonic damage. Pretty sure I do. It was the power armor, wasn't it? Yes. I am tempted to take... is it HK-47 with us? Perhaps instead of Jolie? I feel like he might enjoy meeting some other droids. Right, well, I suppose we'll explore all 3 of the tombs we are allowed in, and then we'll see if we can get into the other tomb. What do we think? Jolie or HK? Assuming I can swap at this point. I suppose an argument for Jolie is the fact that Jolie can be healed more easily.
What?
How do I change my party? Let's bring HK with us. Oh, of course. He'd have leveled. Do we want rapid shot? Does he have all levels of toughness? Assuming droids get access to that. He does not. I think that takes priority. Oh, only one level.
I'm here.
Right, let's head in.
Intruders detected. The Master does not wish to be disturbed by noise. Initiate attack sequence.
They're really not doing very well, are they? Ow. Is going to be a straight line? I mean, I suppose I shouldn't complain. That does make things a lot simpler. Just a little surprising, that's all. Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Howard's shot is so obnoxiously good with a double-edged lightsaber. Do we have any regular med packs? A lot of them. Right, quick save here. Check the map, make sure I haven't missed anything. No, it's just a straight line. I suppose if there's any loot, we can grab it on the way back.
Too much audio input. Audio systems overloading. Must destroy source of disturbance. Must kill sentience.
Normally I would prioritize the weaker enemies first, but from what we've already seen, I'm not sure he's going to be much of a challenge. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Alright, let's actually proceed with a sensible strategy then. Uh-oh. This isn't going well. I can't move, can I? Mission, you need to use life support now. Can I move? Yeah, I can. Right. Sensible strategy. Clear all the weaker enemies that are doing a disproportionate amount of the DPS, because they'll go down easily and that will massively reduce the damage the party's taking per second. Oh, the boss is already down. mission, if you wouldn't mind.
Simple.
Oh, I didn't even see what it was. Crystal Sigil, Marker Ragnar's Gauntlets. Restricted to Dark Side. Bonus feature, weapon specialization, lightsaber. Ancient but still intact. These gloves appear to be made of black scales. They pulse with dark powers. So could I equip them, for example, to HK-47, and then he could then use lightsabers where he previously couldn't? Is that how that works? Wait, can he equip gloves? Maybe he can't because he's a droid. Alright, then Candarus, then. Anywho.
What?
That was entertaining. But I think we're about done here. How was he making these, actually? When we asked where all these droids were coming from and we were informed that he was making them. Interesting. No mummy in there. I assumed that there must be machinery. That this was perhaps more like the ruins on Dantooine. But it doesn't look like it. The only thing about here appeared to be lots and lots of rock. Data recorder. Sound dampening stealth unit. Oh, I know someone that would love a sound dampening stealth unit. That's for data recorder. The data file recorder flashes to life. I haven't been able to catch any poor creation as yet. We've been trying to capture it without destroying it. The thing is too valuable. It is hard to be so quiet as is necessary. However, it identifies targets through sound. I'm glad we brought sound dampeners with us, provided that fool Ben Hual uses his. Ooh. Well, while we're on the topic, while we're on the topic, going through our inventory, how do I equip the sound dampening stealth unit? I have no idea what slot, if any, it uses. Oh, I could have actually increased my sonic resistance even more. If I'd realised. Belts. Thank you very much. Ah, stealth field generator, you're right. Sound dampening stealth unit. +2. This Republic unit improves on the basic stealth mode field by... That is correct. This Republic unit improves on the basic stealth mode field by dampening all sound that the user might make. Opponents must make an awareness check versus user stealth skill +2 or remain unaware of them. The user must have paid points into the stealth skill to gain the use of stealth mode. Combat disrupts the field, but mundane tasks do not. I'll double check we don't have anything better than that, but yeah, we don't. Still, nice little upgrade. I must say, when HK made that remark about things being too noisy, I was somewhat hoping that he was going to have some interesting interactions in there, but it doesn't seem like it. How do I keep forgetting it's the map, isn't it? Party selection. We'll swap back to Jolie.
I'm here.
Also, since you did it already, can I tell you what I meant with my previous thing? Oh, sorry, I missed some other stuff you said. Suppressors protect them from you, dampeners stop you from hearing them. Oh, as in a sound suppressor would help you not take damage from sonic, but a dampener means that your stealth is improved. Yes, that's what I... If I understood that correctly, then that's what I would assume. Also, I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to, but yes, by all means, go ahead. I think I will swap back to the other armor I was wearing, though. Was it? No, it was Calo Nord's battle armor, because although it doesn't give quite as good protection versus Sonic, it has a bunch of other protections like fire and cold, which are well worth having. Right, wish me luck on tomb number 2.
Yeah?
I'm here.
Oh, was your previous thing the explanation about the difference between suppressors and dampeners?
What? Gotcha. Simple.
They wouldn't have attacked you if you were stealth and quiet. It said it was annoyed by sound and attacks because of the noise. Oh, okay. Does that mean there was a peaceful way to resolve it? No, presumably not. Presumably... Presumably I could have stolen from the tomb and then left, leaving them in there if I'd wanted.
You'll never get me.
I suppose the downside though is that if my stealth had failed, then because I was stealthing I'd be in solo mode, and so the other party members wouldn't be there to help for a while. Welcome back! I'm not sure if you were here when I said, but thank you very much for the follow. This datapad seems to have once belonged to an enterprising young Sith student who had ventured into the tomb in search of a Juntapul's sword. One of his entries is of particular note. There has got to be a way to get past this obelisk blocking the bridge. It seems to be made of some kind of unstable material. I'm willing to bet some kind of energy discharge will set it off. Blast to fire isn't doing the trick, however, I'd have to try some kind of explosive. I just hope that guard droid over there is as defunct as it looks. So presumably those droids turned on them? This is so sad. I'm just finishing my freshman year of college and everyone is leaving for summer. Sorry to hear that. But presumably you've got 2 to 4 more years left to go. Let's try a grenade. And then expect some combat. Oh, am I not allowed to? Wait, how could I... This raises question. How do I force myself to treat it as a target? Oh, I put something in it. Okay. Let's try a sonic grenade. Well, that worked. And here's the combat. Who replaced the pedestal? We're not really equipped for ranged combat, are we? Well, an iron rifle would be a good idea here. Do we only have one iron weapon? Ion, sorry. No, we have an iron blaster as well. Iron rifle. I really enjoyed it. I don't know what I really want to study, but I feel like I found a lot of great friends this year. Oh, that's wonderful news.
Yeah?
I have heard people say that the friends you make at university are friends you keep for life. So, when you say you don't know what you want to study yet, does that mean that wherever you live you don't have to pick a subject when you apply to university? You just choose individual modules from any subject you like. You just have to decide by the end of sophomore year. Is that the second year? I see. So if you don't mind my asking, which subjects have you enjoyed looking at this year? Which ones have you found most interesting? Lever. Underwhelming. Considering political science, maybe the data science track of poli-sci, but I'm not really too sure. Not a computer science person, but I should probably try some coding classes. I'm in master's work right now. I miss my undergrad. I can imagine.
I'm here.
Yes?
Yeah? Gotcha. Simple.
Obviously, I don't know exactly what your motivations are for wanting to try some programming, But in my opinion, I think it is very useful to be computer literate, and having some ability to at least do scripting is extremely important. But for more serious programming, I think that, in my opinion, that's not so useful for for everybody, unless you have a specific purpose for it. But of course, you may feel differently. Sith statue, why can I interact with it but not interact with it, if that makes sense? I suppose what I'm trying to get at is, from what I've seen, the sort of thing that gets taught on computer science courses in a lot of universities aren't things that are actually going to advantage most people in their everyday lives, but just being able to go to a command line and not being lost, being able to actually write scripts that do things, being able to automate things for yourself. That actual practical skill, I think, in my opinion, is extremely important, and something that everyone should really be able to do. I mean, in the ideal world, before they leave school. I know that's not really the way it is now. Yeah, I think having some baseline understanding of CS is important. I might go through 106B next year. Vibra sword, silver lined sword, notched steel sword. Interesting. So I got three blades out of that. This blade is long and straight and sparkles with a silver glow that becomes brighter as the hilt is touched. It is quite warm and it almost appears that the blade becomes white hot once it is equipped. Such a fiery weapon would have been devastating against an unarmed opponent. A small insignia of a flame is impressed upon the hilt. And it doesn't have a dark side requirement. The blade of this sword is an ebony black and notched along its length to give it a cruel and jagged appearance. There is a strange visual effect upon the sword which makes it seem as if shadows pulse and ebb along its surface. It is very cool to the touch, and upon close inspection a small insignia of a dark circle can be spotted on its hilt. So they're probably a pair then. Like most vibroblades, this weapon lets off a dim humming sound once activated. Its length shimmers with a deep blue coloured force field, and its hilt is the black of charcoal. A single insignia upon the hilt shows that of a red, baleful eye. So he did in fact get 3 swords out of that, 3 unique blades. I see a problem, ladies and gentlemen. Don't mind me while I heal up and save. I'm sure he just wants to wish us well.
Too long in the cold and the dark. I am disturbed again. A human.
Now this you don't see every day. This is an old spirit full of the Force. It sends great sadness and regret. Walk carefully.
A Jedi here? Why have you come to this dark place, Jedi? Why disturb my sleepless rest?
So my choices are: I'm not a Jedi, disturb your rest, are you some kind of ghost? Or persuade, I was here once before, I think. Do you remember me? Are you a Junta Pool? Let's go with the third one, even though my persuade is terrible.
I do. And yet I do not. The Force is so strong with you, human. Yet the face, the soul. It has been so very long.
Are you a Junta Paul?
I had a name once. A Junta Paul. Yes, that was my name. I was one of many. We were servants of the dark side. Sith Lords, we called ourselves. So proud. In the end, we were not so proud. We hid from those we had betrayed. We fell, and I knew it would be so.
What do you mean by those we had betrayed?
Our Jedi Masters. Those who had taught us to use the Force. who warned us against the dark side. Yet we embraced it in secret, reveled in its power. We were discovered? Or did we act? I can no longer remember. But here is where we came, to hide, to grow. And here we fell.
What can you tell me about this place?
Our temple, our tomb, built far from our enemies. We revered power and threw off the teachings of our old masters. We were not the first to fall to the dark side, but we had more power than those before us. It came from elsewhere.
What do you mean? Came from where?
Our oldest secret. Only we would know, we lords. Only we would know where our power came from.
Force persuade. I don't think that's going to work well. Don't... Oh. No, it's daft to use Force Persuade because it's a spirit that is specifically powerful in the Force. Unless somehow being a spirit makes you more vulnerable to the Force, that's just not going to go well. Tell me the secret.
I cannot, human. It is a secret of so long ago, I no longer remember. You who bristle with the Force, you must find this place. Or have you? Or did you? Or will you? So many images. I see your heart, human Jedi. I see your power, your pride. You will find the old place, the dark place, and you will regret it.
Ooh. Why? What is at this place?
So much power. It is blinding. I remember so little.
How did you fall? What happened?
We hid from the Jedi, but it was not they who destroyed us. Is it not obvious what we did?
Turned on each other?
We destroyed each other. We desired the secrets of each other to increase our power. We battled until finally our fortress rained down on top of us.
The Sith consumed themselves, did they? I suppose that eventually they'd be all they'd have left to fight.
Then who buried them?
Here, our old secret is buried, and none of us hold it anymore. Is that not right? Our power fled. Oh, what became of us? Do the Sith still thrive? Did they ever return?
The Sith fled, yes, and they returned.
So much time has passed, and yet we have learned nothing.
What about your sword? Do you still have it?
My sword, I filled it with my pride, and it is buried with me now, a corpse as I am a corpse. I am dead as my faith is dead, and I shall remain here, surrounded by blackness in death as in life.
I need the sword you speak of.
Of course you do. You seek my power. Will it destroy you as it did me? I wish my sword to be taken away from here. I do not wish it to rot away as I have. I command this of you.
What do you want me to do with it?
If you are wise, you will not keep it. In the end, it is what destroyed me. There are 3 blades within my sarcophagus. Only one is truly my sword. But it has been so long, I do not remember which. Find the sword that is mine and place it on the statue. If it is truly mine, then it is yours.
And if the sword isn't yours?
Then you must die. This is how it must be.
How will I know which sword it is?
I do remember one thing of my sword. Listen to me carefully.
Oh yes?
I am that which grips the heart in fright, hearkens night and silences the light. It was written of my sword long, long ago. Go then, find my sword and place it on the statue.
It's the shadowy one. Oh, which one was the shadowy one? So many swords. Yep, it'll be that one. It'll be the notched steel sword. Place a sword in the statue. Notched steel sword. The sword sets itself in the stone as if it belongs there. Item lost.
Yes, that is the one. That is the blade that destroyed me. Take it. Take it and the other blades even. Take them and go. My darkness awaits me.
I want to know more about the star map.
Our oldest secret is buried, but not here. I remember nothing else. I cannot help you.
I don't believe that. Tell me what you know. Or there's no need to remain here, is there? Well, I already know where it... Well, hold on. When he says not here, does he mean not in this tomb or not at this site? Because we've been told the star map is in one of the other tombs. I'll risk it. Worst we end up in combat with a ghost, which will be interesting.
I shall not tell you. Our oldest secret, I shall not. Be gone.
I command you to tell me.
Never. I shall destroy you first. Die here. Remain forever with me.
Dark side points gained? That's not fair. Right, is he vulnerable to energy damage? Yes. Alright, stop that. There we go. Do I still have the sword? Yes, and it seems to have significantly improved. Held by the Dark Jedi even before he fell onto the dark side, this may be one of the few truly personal items owned by a Junta Paul, and remains as thoroughly corrupted as he. Not dark side specific though, interestingly. There's a body here. He had some very interesting things to say, didn't he? Datapad. Demolition sensors. This item uses advanced processors to assist the wearer in the visual analysis of microelectronics commonly used in demolitions. The acuity granted also serves to improve general awareness. This datapad appears to be the journal of Sith archaeologist by the name of Verengul. Most of it consists of uninteresting notes on the geology of the tomb's caverns, but the final entry is as follows. Strangely enough, I found traces of Theragun in the tombs. This is an unstable black rock used as fuel by lesser races. Perhaps the ancient Sith of Korriban used it as a power source. It is a volatile and dangerous substance and reacts violently to fire. I'll have to be careful.
Yes?
I'm here.
Pretty sure I can see where this is going.
So, the spineless worm actually made it through the tomb. I'm impressed.
Shardam, what do you want?
Isn't it obvious? I've been hoping that someone would do the dirty work in retrieving the sword of Ajun Paul for some time. It's been quite a wait.
Typical. Always ready to jump at what they perceive to be the easier path.
Now that you have it, I just thought I'd relieve you of it. It must be quite a burden after all.
No, I think I managed with it just fine. Kind of you to offer, though.
Oh, but I insist. I'm not about to let a chance to impress Master Uthar pass me by. Especially not for a pathetic excuse for a Sith like yourself. Hand over the sword, worm. You know I'm the superior here.
And if I don't? Well, that's kind of obvious, but I don't have a lot of good options here. Just let me get it out. And if I don't?
Isn't it obvious? You die. Rule of the Sith. Only the strong and cunning shall survive. You won't be missed, trust me. Now hand it over.
You'll take it over my dead body.
I've been looking forward to this.
Have you? Curious thing to look forward to. Oh, that was interesting. Maybe he saved. There we go. Why are you two not helping very much? There we go. Credits, a canny drawling shield, hyper battle stimulant. Wonderful.
Yes?
Oh, blast. I selected the wrong one. I was wondering why that wasn't working. There we go, we're all definitely up to full now. Right, there we go then. Looking at the time, it's probably about time I stop. So, thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. We have a few new people to thank, don't we? That column's full, isn't it? Just a second. So we have to thank Tower. And we have to thank Qfancy. So thank you indeed for the follows. I do appreciate it. I'll be streaming again next Friday from 4 o'clock British summertime. I'll also be streaming the following Saturday and the following Monday. That's the plan anyway. If that changes, I'll announce it on Discord and Twitter. Oh, that's alright. Thank you for watching, everyone. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.